Yo, guys, welcome back. Guys, welcome to Spooky Monday. Like we streamed already before, but I'm still so hungry. Like we did a little bit of money grind, like by Pokemon MMO, and yeah, now we go, I would say, into the spooky content. Oh, I see like the category is not changed. Okay, just chatting. Okay, welcome back, welcome. I hope you got also something nicely to snack or so. I really hope. Okay, wait, I'm quickly put also that away. And here also. Okay, good. Done. I hope the music is not too loud. We would start, I think, like instantly also with Lazy Masquerade. I think we go to 10 creepy photos with disturbing backstories. Okay, wait. Okay. Okay, it has like a claimer. Okay, perhaps we don't watch that. Then we do 5 disturbing mysteries that remain unsolved. Well, that is like a really old one. Yeah, okay, we're gonna look into that. Perhaps I saw that already, but I'm not sure. Okay, let's go. I need to, of course, to stop all the music. So, yeah, guys, a Lazy Masquerade, absolutely big kisses go like for him. Like, if you guys like the video, just support him. I really like. It was like many times now that we like watched here and there into this channel, and it was so far like always really interesting, but also disturbing. I would say like we go into it. If the music is not good enough or loud enough, say it, guys. I think it's like surely good. Perhaps it's too quiet. It's too quiet. Timestamps for each mystery can be found in the description.
In 2015, the body of 18-year-old
Joshua
Maddox was discovered in the chimney of a cabin only 2 blocks away from his father's house.
I hope it's good.
Colorado. The poor boy had been missing since 2008. He told his dad he was going for a walk, but never returned home. By all accounts, he was an intelligent and funny young man.
Yeah, it's good. Okay.
Officially, his death was ruled as an accident.
5 disturbing mysteries that remain unsolved. I don't know if I said it. I think I said it. Like as soon as I get hungry.
According to the cabin's owner, the place had been abandoned for the past 10 years. Every now and again, the owner would come back to check on the place and said that he did notice a rancid smell. He assumed it was coming from some dead rats, but figured that they couldn't be inside the chimney because there was a large piece of furniture in front of the fireplace, impossible for any rats to get through. Josh's body was only discovered while the cabin was being demolished. His corpse was in the fetal position.
What?
Strangely, the only clothing that Josh was wearing when he was found was a ripped thermal shirt. He was completely naked from the waist down. No shoes, no underwear, no pants, nothing. Josh had decided to sneak into the cabin that night by climbing down the chimney. He's supposed to believe he did so while only wearing a shirt. This doesn't seem very likely at all. The owner of the cabin himself stated that he had metal bars installed at the top of the chimney to stop animals from crawling down. These bars could keep small creatures from being able to get inside the chimney. It would have made it effectively impossible for Joshua to do so from the inside.
That's in there. I was thinking.
It was pretty obvious that he was already inside the cabin when he crawled into the tight fireplace and became trapped. But as we know, the entrance was blocked by the heavy furniture that trapped Josh inside. You see the problem here, right? Something doesn't quite add up. The missing piece of the puzzle may just be a man called Andrew Richard Moon, a guy who knew Josh and who may well have been with him the night he went missing. One person who knew Andrew, who also suspects that he had something to do with Josh's death, decided to leave a post about the case and his opinions on the whole thing. This was his post in its entirety. I went to high school with this skinny, dorky hippie named Andy, who played guitar in the band. I was never good friends with him or anything, but a year or so after I graduated, one of my good friends, Josh, started hanging out with him, and then went missing. Last I knew, Andy was telling another friend, "Yeah, me and Josh have been spending a lot of time together. We're planning a trip to New Mexico." Didn't really think anything of it until somebody showed me these articles. Turns out that in addition to becoming a lot scarier looking, Andy had indeed headed down to New Mexico, where he found himself shooting the shit with the caretaker of a disabled guy who got invited over to their apartment.
What?
The caretaker gets in the shower, and when he comes back out, the disabled guy is stabbed to death, and Andy is gone. When Andy got arrested, he also claimed to have killed a woman in his house and stuffed her body in a barrel. The cops had indeed found a woman stuffed in a barrel in his house, but already had somebody in custody.
Why he was free, walking around?
Years later, I found out that the caretaker had died in a bar fight, and without him, the cops didn't have much in the way of evidence. So that case against Andy was dropped too. Several of us went to the cops, saying something to the effect
That's
of,
really alarming.
Josh who went missing was last seen with Andy, who's a murderer. You should check that out. Despite a fair amount of pestering, nothing really ever came of it. And by nothing, the police mostly didn't even return our calls, and once accidentally cancelled the bulletin on Josh, saying that he was alive and well and living in the next town over. He wasn't. He was actually in the chimney of an abandoned cabin 2 blocks from his parents' house. The coroner
So in the near.
been for about 7 years and ruled the death accidental, concluding that Josh had probably climbed down the chimney in an attempt to break into the house and got stuck.
Huh?
The age of the corpse, that doesn't seem overtly ridiculous. Except for the fact that in addition to Josh having last been seen with Andy immediately before his stabbing spree, people called in to report having heard rumors that Andy was bragging about having, quote-unquote, put Josh in a hole, and the fact that the owner of the cabin says it would have been impossible to access the chimney from above because he'd installed a heavy steel grate under the top layer of bricks to keep out raccoons and whatnot, or the fact that somebody had ripped heavy bars off the wall in the kitchen and propped it against the fireplace, or the fact that Josh's stuff was already inside the cabin, or the fact that when he was found, Josh's knees were above his head, which means to me like he would have had to go in head first. Or maybe the fact that Josh was barefoot and naked from the waist down. This is just my opinion, but I don't care who you are. You
It's...
don't try and climb head
what?
first into a chimney via a hole in the metal grate with your dick hanging out. But the most ridiculous part of all of this for me is this quote from the coroner. He said, "I know it's not a natural death, and I'm confident it's not a suicide. My other options are an accidental death, homicide, an undetermined cause of death. It's frustrating you can't pin it down. So, your options are accidental, homicide, and undetermined, but you just can't seem to pin it down. You're telling me it's almost as though you are unable to determine the cause of death? Well, in that case, everybody knows that
perhaps
accidental is
they
the way
went
to go.
to this cabin and kind of like a challenge that he was like there to go up the chimney, and then the other dude made something, but when he said, yeah, like I put him in a hole, then it needs to be like kind of from the roof on, because yeah, hole,
He's still out and about doing his thing. He's not in the mental
I would guess so, it's going
It's
down.
not that I want somebody to blame. I'm not trying to throw a tantrum because give me
Like
answers.
how it was happening is really strange, but if the dude was it,
Wish they would have done
I think it was definitely
Open an
the dude.
investigation. Try to track down some leads. Interview some folks who've been calling in tips for the last 7 years. Maybe check the scene or something. Like, don't just say accidental. Dust off your hands and call it a day. Sorry for the rain, guys. Had a little whiskey. Felt like I had to live. But yeah, that shit frustrates me. So, there you have it. That Joshua's death was the result of a terrible accident. Or foul play was involved, with the only possible
Yeah,
culprit
very wild.
and
Yeah,
conviction. A man with
really
a slew
complex.
of prior convictions, ranging from assaulting a police officer to grand theft and battery. Since all of the evidence around the case has already been destroyed, it seems highly unlikely that the police will start looking into this case again.
That is really like a strange case.
This one's a little different in nature from the other entries.
Huh?
For the past 13 years, a woman in South Korea has been holding a 24/7 live stream in her apartment. Yeah, the live stream's literally been going for 13 years straight. In all those years, she's hardly ever left her apartment. Since nobody knows who she is, frequent viewers have nicknamed her Chip Chan.
13 years, 24/7.
But in this case, it's because she was first discovered by 4chan users. The first person to stumble across her stream actually thought she was dead, as she was laying in an extremely unnatural position just in the corner of the camera. In fact, if you decide to check out the stream yourself by following the link in the description,
It's still running.
you'll likely find her passed out in the corner of the screen as well, looking completely dead to the world. She apparently sleeps for about 20 hours every day. When she is awake, she'll sometimes just start screaming. But why is she known as Chip?
Huh?
Well, the woman herself claims that she's being held captive by a man known only as P.
What?
According to her, P is a dirty cop that wants control of a massive amount of money she inherited.
What?
She believes that P has implanted a device known as a Verichip in her ankle, Chip Chan, and claims that it keeps her subservient and controls her sleep patterns, making her doze off for hours on end. Since there's no audio on the live stream, she communicates all of this to her viewers through a series of handwritten notes, which she sticks to the camera. These change frequently, some of them telling us about her situation, and some just a garbled, confused mess. Obviously, they're in Korean, but past examples have included things like, "Stop deceiving the internet. Don't get tricked. Don't get fooled. Early every morning. If someone comes that paralyzes the person." She hasn't said whether the cameras were installed
Is yeah kind of an analog horror,
or whether she set them
but
up
in real life.
hoping that other people might choose
That's yet so
what's
strange.
happening to her.
Like 13 years to keep that up for an PR or so. I don't know. I guess so. That's more the behind of it.
This could last
That's really.
from a few minutes to
That's
a few hours.
creepy as fuck.
Most think that this man is bringing her supplies. Here are a few of the more sinister messages that she's left about the situation. The stalker uses his skill from 2006. I've slept for 20 hours every day since then.
His skill?
I do not know what will happen while I sleep. I have always been afraid of sleeping. Stalker P breaks in after disabling the camera. Korean cop P makes me lose my consciousness at any time, so I always sleep on the chair for years. How can you sleep sitting on the chair every day if you don't lose your consciousness? I haven't dreamed for years, so I lose my consciousness. On top of all of this, strange things occasionally happen when Chip-chan sleeps. In this recorded footage, for instance, you can see her in bed in the right-hand side of the camera, while someone else off-screen turns her apartment lights on and off repeatedly. Now, you might be thinking that this is starting to sound like something off the Sci-Fi Channel, and some people think that the more likely explanation for Chip-chan's behavior is that she's schizophrenic and also suffers from narcolepsy. The problem with that is that she doesn't display any of the normal signs of either of those conditions. For instance,
Believe me,
it's unlikely
that is a
that someone
PR
with
stunt.
schizophrenia would film themselves 24/7 due to
Safe.
paranoia.
Okay, now I'm just already like.
Sporadically, for short amounts of
It could be that it was like already like so going good that they kept up with that.
Seems rather implausible. It doesn't seem like these theories explain what's behind Chip-chan's behavior either. To this day, Chip-chan is still streaming live.
What?
Still communicating with anyone who happens to be watching. Some fear for her mental health, while others
The
fear for
fuck?
her
It's
safety.
still going. Ah, okay, it's
Although the
6
reason
years
behind
ago.
this could easily be more tragic than creepy. It seems unlikely that we'll ever know for sure. Chip-chan actually has her own dedicated subreddit where people post their theories and observations. I've left a link to a account along with a link to the live stream like I said before. If you do choose,
That is
you'll
the
likely
same
see
thing
it
as
in the
County
center
Bluff.
corner of the screen with a handwritten note covering much of the rest of it.
Because like they can be like, yeah, okay, it was a prank or so when they earn like money out of it or so, then it's like, yeah, never stop a running system in a way. Yeah, that sounds like it's just a stunt. Yeah, it feels like at the end more like a stunt. Also with this turning on off the lights, I don't know.
Friday morning to catch a bus to school.
Hmm.
The young man was a gifted student, had a 100% school attendance record, and was the kind of kid who would leave a note for his mum if he was just going around the corner on the street. Who was closest to him? those
Well,
who
I'm
was
enjoying
living a happy,
the food so
normal
much.
life, with no
I hope you
problems weighing
don't
on his
hear
mind,
it that loud.
at home or at school. And yet, despite all of this, Andrew decided not to catch his bus that day.
Hmm?
Instead, he walked to a nearby park and waited until 8:30 a.m. for his parents to leave for work. Knowing that his house was now empty, he walked back and changed out of his school uniform, threw on some jeans and a slip-knot t-shirt, put his uniform in the washing machine, and then walked out the door.
What?
He then withdrew £200 from his bank account and caught a train to London.
Slipknot.
The only thing he brought with him was his PSP, but not his charger.
Hmm?
He didn't bring any spare clothes or anything like that, suggesting that he didn't plan on staying in the city for a prolonged period of time. But Andrew didn't return home that evening, or the next evening, or any evening after that. To this day, 10 years later, he's still missing. A campaign to find him has been going on ever since. And in London, you can still occasionally find a missing person poster with his face on
But
it. So, what could have happened to him?
what?
Let's go over the facts.
He just goes
I'm
and
certain that he did make it to London, where he frames of CCTV footage surfaced a month after he disappeared, which showed him at King's Cross Station that day.
Oh,
The trail goes cold after that, since the footage on all nearby cameras had already been deleted.
like a month after he was missing,
But
they.
when Andrew purchased this train ticket to London, the seller informed him that a return ticket would only cost 50 pence more. Despite that, Andrew still only bought a one-way ticket. Even though some of his previous actions indicate that he planned to return home that day, this one implies that he was certain he wasn't going to. And even if he was on the fence about going home that day, surely for 50p he would have just bought a return ticket.
Mhm.
Just in case. Could he have planned to meet someone there? Maybe he thought he had a ride home with them.
Oh no, online friend or
Didn't
so.
own the phone, and he didn't have an email address either.
Huh?
Searches of his home, library, and school computers turned up nothing to suggest that he planned on meeting anyone.
Hmm?
The Thames River was thoroughly searched, in case Andrew had decided to commit suicide by jumping into it. The
Oh, that would
search
be
turned-
sad.
On top of that, the band Muse was
It's
playing in
fine.
London.
Glad you're enjoying it. Much love, Frank. I hope your snacks also
His
are
father
also
went to
good.
the
That you've
concert to search for his
prepared
son,
for
but again,
yourself.
found no trace of him. Mysteriously, we also knew that an unknown man turned up at Leominster police station, saying that he had information about Andrew's disappearance.
Hmm?
He used the intercom, and an officer was summoned to speak with him. However, by the time the officer arrived to take details, the man was gone. One of Andrew's favourite television shows was The Fallen Rise of Reginald Perrin, in which the main character fakes his own death to start his life anew. Hoping this to be the case, his parents put money into his empty bank account just in case he needed more. Chilling, this money was never touched.
No.
Nobody's sure what motivated Andrew to miss school that fateful day. Why did he try to
Hiccup.
Why did he clear out his bank account? Why did he do something so out of character?
I don't want to
Who was
wake
the
up.
man at the police station
A pizza at the
before
beginning
that
of stream. Ah, cool. And ice cream sandwiches. Oh,
day? Perhaps one day
Oh,
we'll
that's
have
awesome.
answers to all of these questions.
that's really awesome.
Until then, if you happen to have
Oh, I would
information
love to
about
have
Andrew's
ice cream
disappearance,
sandwiches right now.
please call the Missing Children Hotline
Mm.
on 116-000. Number 4. Most of you probably
That
don't
was a
know
really
Russell.
strange case.
He's a great actor. And
Just
he's made his
gone,
fair
like-
share of decent films. I particularly enjoyed Zodiac and Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
Hmm?
What you might not have heard about is his brother's untimely death.
Hmm?
Scott Ruffalo was found shot in the head in his Beverly Hills condo on December 1st, 2008. To start with, it was reported that he died playing a game of Russian roulette. For those who don't know, that's where you take a revolver and load it with a single bullet. Players then take it in turns to shoot the gun at their own head, hoping that the chamber is empty. Eventually, somebody paints the walls red.
Mm.
So, why on earth would he take part in such a suicidal game?
It's again RNG. I
It's
don't like that.
He was high out of his mind. The other people at the condo with Scott were Shahar Michelle Adam and her boyfriend, Brian
Fuck.
Schofield.
Luckily, it was not on this
Drug users.
carpet.
Interestingly, Shahar was a descendant of the Saudi royal family, leading the papers
Mhm.
to call her the Saudi princess.
Mhm.
According to her, the couple only dropped by to Scott's place to pick up some keys. And that's when he mentioned something about Russian roulette. While searching for the keys, she claims to have heard a gunshot. When the couple had found Scott bleeding from his head on the couch, they quickly left. That was her version of events anyway.
Mm-hmm.
A little over a week after Scott's death, however, the police determined that his death was a homicide. He hadn't shot himself in the head at all. The angle of the bullet made this an impossibility.
Hmm?
But Shahar and her boyfriend Brian became persons of interest. And despite this, neither of them were charged. And the case went cold.
Hmm?
Then, 4 years after Scott's death, Shahar, the Saudi princess, turns up dead at the age of 29.
What?
The cause of death was a suspected overdose. Since she was one of the only key witnesses, the investigation into the case pretty much died along with her.
Mhm.
So, did the group really pull a deer hunter? Did they take it in turns, aiming the gun at each other rather than at themselves? Is there something more malicious going on in Brian's mind? And when Shahar became a problem later down the road, he dealt with it? Who knows? Scott's death is still considered an unsolved homicide by the police. Whatever, his famous brother, Mark, has been able to come to terms with his loss. You never get over it. You just get used to it. You get calloused, a little bit hardened. You take these tragic events and turn them into something meaningful and worthy of the loss. Make it count.
Oh, that's beautiful said.
When a real
But I'm so
medical
sorry
case
for
has been the
him.
basis for an
Like
episode
also
of the
rest in
X-Files,
peace. Like
you know that something freaky's gone down. In 1994, Gloria Ramirez was rushed to Riverside General Hospital in California. She was in a state of total confusion and was suffering from the effects of advanced cervical cancer, tachycardia, and Cheney-Stokes respiration. She needed to be sedated. The medical team injected her with diazepam, midazolam, and lorazepam. But she
very
started
true.
reacting extremely poorly to
That's so true.
Something wasn't right. An unusual, oily sheen started appearing all over her body, and a fruity, garlic-like odor was coming off of her. The staff tried to defibrillate her heart, and one nurse drew some blood from her arm. The blood in the syringe smelled like ammonia, and small, white particles were floating out. That's when the nurse that drew the blood fainted. She was swiftly removed from the room, and everyone assumed she passed out from shock.
Huh?
Long after, a medical student who was examining the syringe of blood began to feel extremely nauseated. She couldn't continue, and was forced to leave the trauma room as well. Not long afterwards, she also fainted. A respiratory therapist helping to stabilize the woman passed out next. One by one, the medical team started falling like flies. All of the emergency room patients had to be evacuated from the building due to the supposedly toxic blood that had been drawn from Ramirez. The
What?
skeleton crew was trying to try and save her
Well,
life.
that is even like
No use.
you.
After 45 minutes, she was pronounced dead. In total, 23 people became ill after breathing in the fumes from her blood, and 5 were hospitalized themselves.
What?
As a result of all of this, the late Gloria Ramirez was dubbed the Toxic Lady.
Because of that, there's Un Diablo, like, so, also this, that's the reference
An
to
early
it.
investigation concluded that all of the fainting was due to mass hysteria. That was refuted by the people who were affected, however. The medical resident that had passed out developed hepatitis and a vascular necrosis in her knees after coming into contact with the blood. So this whole thing couldn't have been psychological.
Huh? Yeah, very sad to lose some like that. Yeah, that's so true. That's so true, Trent.
DMSO, a degreasing solvent, on her skin. A sort of home remedy, if you will. That could explain the sheen that developed on her skin, as well as the unusual smell. The shocks from the defibrillator could have converted the solvent into a poisonous gas. Her family, however, said that this was nonsense, and that Gloria hadn't been using the substance on her skin. When her body was released, they tried to have their own pathologist examine her, but Gloria's organs had been cross-contaminated, and her body was too badly decomposed to draw any conclusions.
What the fuck?
The MSO theory has emerged as the agreed-upon explanation for the Toxic Lady case, though top medical professionals admit that even this theory has notable holes in it. It's simply the best explanation they could come up with, or at least the most scientific. Ultimately, with Gloria now buried, the exact cause of her toxicity will never be fully understood.
Oh my gosh, hey, like this is kind of, like if it's a virus or so, then it's kind of alarming. Oh, we are at the end. Zombie virus? No! No, please not. No! No. That would be bad.
So there you have it.
Like
5
if it's
unresolved
mutating and
mysteries that
acting
I
like
hope
this.
tickled your fancy.
Oh.
If you enjoyed the video, then please show your support by liking, subscribing, whatnot.
Like,
And
guys,
I'll be
I'm
back
just
again
kidding
very
for
soon
the-
with some more spooky stories to lull you to sleep.
But it was a really really interesting
Stay
one.
spooky.
Like it's so many like really
The better.
unsolved mysteries. That was really awesome. Like a lazy masquerade. Much love. We go also, the next one is a lazy masquerade. We have now unsolved ones, and now we go into the 4 shocking and disturbing mysteries solved at last. Okay, we get like even at the end, like what was the motive or how was it going on. Then we have like one that is like really mystery, still like where they completely like hitting in the dark and have no clue anyways, and here I think it's already much better. I hope so. But just much love, guys. Much love so far for being here. Hope the music is also good. If it's too quiet, you know it.
Number 1. It's rare to catch footage of a serial killer in action. Usually methodical type. But that's exactly what happened in this first mystery, which was solved thanks to a CCTV camera. Between 2009 and 2010, a serial killer plagued the streets of Bradford, England. During his year-long spree, he took the lives of 3 women. His weapon of choice, a crossbow. But for this depraved individual, killing his victims wasn't quite enough.
What?
He had to consume
What the
most of them as well, leading to the media diagnosis, the crossbow cannibal. He was first brought to the police's attention.
Like,
Two prostitutes-
why I'm eating even while we watch that? God damn it, eh?
Initially, the authorities were left stumped. There was an eccentric man around town, Stephen Griffiths, who was known to frequent the prostitutes. What was so eccentric about it?
Like my stomach instantly like nauseous feeling. Oh no, eh?
He was very different, but nobody thought he was dangerous. By all accounts, he seemed polite and friendly. Everyone was completely oblivious to the twisted hobby he had taken on. Oblivious.
This is the dude.
Until the crossbow cannibal, one fatal mistake.
The crossbow cannibal. What a the name.
But one we can all be thankful we meet, especially after looking at the images that were captured on the night of his final kill. We see Griffiths, the crossbow cannibal, outside his block of flats with a woman.
Just remind yourself, you're not eating meat, you can't be a cannibal. That's true. Yeah, like, but I was still like instantly like visualizing. Also before by the toxic lady, when they said like with the needles and everything, it was like instantly like for me gone. I was instantly like, oh no, okay, perhaps I gonna make a quick break by eating. It's still gross though. Yeah, it's so gross. It's so fucked. Like, how you like? There needs to be a born into you like the desire for that, but I never like. For me, this is so absurd. Like to try out to eat someone, like from our kind. Whoa, look.
Seconds later, he shoots Susan in the head with a crossbow bolt. The crossbow cannibal's third victim is dead.
What the fuck?
The thrill of the hunt passes when Griffiths retires to his flat, dragging his victim's lifeless body inside with him. 20 minutes later, he returns to the hallway, brandishing his beloved weapon. He taunts his audience, sticking his middle finger up at the camera. Arrogant, remorseless, psychopathic. He no longer appears to care whether he's captured or not. In the past, Griffiths had been able to kill his victims before they even had a chance to blink. Susan might not have been able to save her own life, but by forcing
What the
Griffiths to
fuck?
kill on camera, she ensured that his rampage was now. The block managers themselves suspected that Griffiths was up to no good. That's why they had the cameras installed in the first place, to keep an eye on him. Well, their actions solved the case, and once they checked the footage, they were able to inform the police immediately. Griffiths was in cuffs within the hour. Susan's
At
body
least they
was
could
wrapped up in
get
a
him,
blanket, along with his
but-
second victims, whose body had been chopped into 81 pieces. Yeah, 81.
Oh, what?
The head was fished out. The features have been removed. His first victim's corpse has still never been found to this day, in pieces or otherwise. At his trial, Griffiths introduced himself as the crossbow cannibal and confessed that he had indeed murdered the three women. He then described how he dismembered them in his bathtub and cooked and ate parts of their bodies. He told the court how he took the remaining chunks he didn't want to eat, bagged them up, and chucked them into the lake. It was also revealed
What the
that he had been
fuck?
harassing his ex-girlfriend over the phone, threatening and laughing maniacally.
I'm gonna go away, so I got you next time.
As it stands, Griffiths has only been conclusively connected with 3 murders, but he's suspected of
What the
committing 5
fucking
murders as well.
psycho?
The only person he's tried to kill since being arrested is himself.
And like,
He's had little
I'm like,
success with
here and
that,
there really
having
worried
been
about
multiple times
that we are living like also with like people like this on the same surface.
in the streets, a safer for
Bro, like,
The
what
part I
the
find most
fucking...
jarring about these images is how he just goes from normal and friendly to psychopathic. He becomes a rage-filled murderer within an instant. Seeing him talk casually to this woman, knowing full well that he plans on killing her within moments, it's truly disturbing. I've left a link to a news story about the case down in the description. It shows parts of the footage. It discusses the case a little more.
Yeah, look, you see,
Check it out.
like, firstly, it's just normal. You go, like, everything is normal with the mood, and you saw, like, he's changed really much. Well, that was
It would
fucked
be a
up.
Lazy Masquerade mystery video if we didn't have at least a few more creepy dome reconstructions.
Huh?
Those artist depictions of unidentified bodies. I just love digging deep into the uncanny valley. People wonder why the
Boah, this
reconstructions
gives me
such a
creep out. Like, no offense, like, if someone looks like this, but it looked right, like, really creepy right now.
Actually, the opposite is true. By making the images
It
too
looks
realistic,
really like
the runners
Uncanny
of
Valley,
the
like,
look like any
oh my
other
gosh, this is so Uncanny Valley.
The picture they created could literally be anything.
Oh my gosh, I have goosebumps. I have here everywhere goosebumps.
Instead, the police intentionally accentuate certain distinguishing features about the victims.
Oh my gosh, the left.
This
What the f.
on her body, the police could tell that she had a very crooked neck. Sure, it's very creepy, but it stays in your head and makes you think if you know anyone who had a crooked neck.
Uh,
The images are more likely to ring a few bells.
Whoa.
Police released this image of a Jane Doe in 2012. You might have thought it was unlikely anyone would have recognized them. It's barely recognizable as human to begin with. It looks more like something you'd see in a particularly creepy episode of Courage the
Oh my gosh, I have goosebumps on.
At the time,
Oh.
there was no
Oh.
suitcase full of them.
Oh
Police had found the
my
body
gosh.
in those
Like,
photos.
no offense, but it looks so creepy right now.
Judging from how decomposed she was, she must have been dead for at least a year. And they had absolutely no evidence, nor any idea of who she was. And what they did know was that she had a very chipmunk-like face. So that's what they asked their artist to highlight in this reconstruction. Their hope was that it might help solve the mystery of who she was. In turn, reveal.
I think I've seen a lady that looks like that in a low-res video game. What the fuck? That will haunt your dreams, yeah. Yeah, those pictures, like all the faces.
It was actually 19-year-old Jenny Gaddis from Cottage Grove.
They found her out! No joke. No joke. Yeah, okay, it's solved at last. But what? I then never expected like this picture. But yeah, like it's not like this uncanny valley feeling that we had before. Oh my. Like we see clearly like the features that he was also explaining before. That is sick. That is insane. But like what are the others doing for a job? Like the drawer, that is so strange feeling. We humans are, yeah, like literally so much like our brain is, yeah, kind of always processing like information that's falling in, or like light that is falling in into our eyes, and it goes into our brain. And the picture is like also when we see like kind of a smiley appearing, we have like really good face recognition. We are about face recognition, that we know with who we talk or so. And the uncanny feeling, it hits me so well. Like this gives me always a really bad feeling. Like, oh, I wanted to stop like because of that. This here, I never expected that. I thought right now already like what's now coming up. Luckily I don't even dream often. Yeah, by me also. Oh, oof. Oof.
You might not see the likeness, kind of like it, but the reconstruction
Mm.
was enough to draw the attention of Jenny's sponsor,
Here
Leporem.
and the teeth a little bit.
Jenny
Hmm?
had moved away, but it still seems strange that she had cut off all contact. Police checked Jenny's dental records, which confirmed that the body in the suitcase was indeed hers. Over a year after her murder, suitcase body finally reclaimed her identity. Sadly, Jenny wasn't her killer's only victim. On the same stretch of highway, another suitcase was found. This one containing another woman's body. This victim's identity wasn't so hard to trace. She was Laura Simonson, a 37-year-old from Farmington, Minnesota. So who was responsible for all of this? It took them a while to crack the case, but eventually the police were led to the home of the killer. Stephen Savage, an ex-con. While an officer in West Dallas, he abused his powers by stalking women in the area.
Oh my gosh.
To their personal information.
I can't believe that.
He resigned in 2001 to avoid disciplinary action.
That is.
That way,
Are you fucking serious?
security officer.
Like,
He met with Jenny
bro,
and
like,
BDSM chapters.
I hope this dude is like really burning. Like, oh my gosh. Like, so taking the power advantage of power state. I don't know how to say that. That is so, bro.
The girls were bound and gagged with a rope tied around their necks. He then pulled on the rope to asphyxiate them, something that gave them a sense of erotic satisfaction. Both women died so that this guy could get them. He then kept their bodies hidden in his refrigerator for months, and then eventually dumped them. In court, he claimed that both of their deaths had been accidental. Right. Because if you accidentally killed someone in this way, you'd dump their body off in a suitcase and do it all over again. The jury saw through this poor attempt at
I can totally believe that, being from the US. Oh my gosh.
guilty of their murders and will remain in prison until the day he dies.
Good. Oh my gosh. Like, That is so insane. Like the one that you wouldn't expect, like a police dude that is always about to help. Oh my gosh, that is so shitty.
Another case of an online predator.
There needs to be like kind of regulation in a way that something like this not happens. That like corrupted. I think that's good. Corrupted policemen are like kind of that's filtering out or so. Like it's not only like by other countries here can also be that here and there like some take advantage of power. Hmm?
Over the course of the decade, numerous women who browse social networking sites in Europe have disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The one thing that linked them all together was that they'd all been in contact with slave master prior to vanishing. His first online victim, Sheila Faith, believed that slave master was a wealthy businessman and philanthropist. Apparently, he had offered to pay for her daughter's spina bifida medical expenses. The mother and daughter moved out to Kansas City to take him up on his offer. Shortly after arriving, the parent disappeared. For the next 7 years,
He lured them so in.
cashed in Sheila's pension checks. Then came the turn of the Polish immigrant, Isabella Monika. Slave master convinced the 21-year-old that he was going to marry her. Instead, he got her to sign a 115-item slave contract, giving him complete control over most aspects of her life, including her bank accounts. Not long after signing this agreement, Isabella also vanished into thin air.
What?
Slave master told his real-life friends that she'd been caught smoking marijuana, and had consequently been deported. Finally,
You would think it would be filtered out, but more often than not, it isn't until it has to be. That is then also really shitty. Like when it's like too late already,
I have no
and some people got hurt because of stupid, idiots.
as her predecessors.
It's so sickening to hear about the victim. I hope that guy rots. Yeah, I really hope also. Like, I'm not about like
What had slave master been
to hurt someone or so, but he needs just to like this punishment of like spending the rest of the life behind bars. That is it's like so fucked up. Like when you do already like stuff like this with power, like with a little bit of power, holy shit, if he kept doing that, could be like also like kind of it's just sick, it's just fucked up.
suspected the occupant of stealing some of her sex toys. Perfect. That gave the police the excuse they needed. The house belonged to a man called John Edward Robinson.
That's the dude.
In his house, they found the decaying bodies of Isabella and Suzanne, stuffed into 85-pound chemical drums. They had died from blunt force trauma to the back of the head. In acid-filled drums in a nearby storage facility, they found the bodies of Sheila's daughter, Debbie, and another woman, identified as Beverly Bonner. You
Oh
see,
my god.
Before discovering the internet, Robinson had already started his killing spree. In the case of Beverly, he had convinced her to leave her husband and come and work for him in Kansas. Once Robinson had arranged for her alimony checks to be sent to his address, Beverly's family never heard from him again. It was all to do with murder. Perhaps
Oh
the most
my
chilling
gosh.
thing they'd done was gain the trust of a young mother called Lisa Stasi, who he had met at a battered woman's refuge. As you can imagine, Lisa met the same fate as Robinson's other victims. However, Robinson knew that his brother and sister-in-law were having trouble trying to adopt a baby. He told them that he knew a child whose mother had just committed suicide. He sent them some forged adoption papers, charged them $5,500, and handed them the 4-month-old baby of the woman he had just killed more than 3 days earlier. Lisa's body was never discovered. Robinson is believed to be linked to the disappearance of even more women. But never Lisa.
What? Oh my.
and remains on death row to this
Hey, just imagine the family.
as the internet's first serial killer.
That is so fucked up. Oh like
Number 4.
I never would have thought that something
It's
like this
everyone's worst
could be even happening, but yeah, like
Home by yourself,
this is
from a long
so fucked up.
and empty or dark, empty.
I never asked like someone with like adoption stuff, like that is from your
On the night of September
friend
6th,
group or out of friends
2006,
group.
Susan
You
Kuhn
never
was
know.
back from her long
You never
shift
know.
husband,
Oh my
walked
gosh.
through her front door and into her bedroom.
This breaks my heart, like just for all the women, that he was like luring into his like kind of like really like put honey around their mouth. That is so fucked up. Crazy people always ruin the world for everyone else. Yeah, and not for for one person, like so many. It's so
What this guy
this
didn't
insane.
realize was that Susan Kuhnhausen was a badass.
Hmm?
Fight or flight immediately kicks in. She had seen and dealt with a lot of shitism, so her instinct wasn't to run. On top of that, she'd been trained in self-defense and knew that crowding the guy would lessen the impact of his hammer swings. So she gets close. Wham! The hammer strikes her in the left temple, but the would-be killer can't generate enough force to take her down. She's dazed and bloody, but getting closer won't. Susan knows that she's fighting for her life at this point. Anyone that aims for the head with a hammer is aiming to kill. She tries to reason with him, but Happy won't listen. He's hell-bent on taking her out. Now she tries to use her superior weight to knock him down, but he manages to push her away.
Hmm?
He was drunk, he says. The only words he uttered the whole encounter. It's then that Susan managed to wrestle the hammer out of her assailant's hands. She takes it and slams it into his head several times in quick succession. Happy goes down, but he manages to grab the hammer back. That's when Susan grabbed him by the throat and began strangling him. His face turns purple. Terrified, she makes for the exit, but Happy isn't dead. Susan doesn't know it, but he's got a lethal amount of cocaine in his system. Nothing is going to slow him down. He grabs her as she tries to escape and punches her in the face twice, knocking her to the ground. As he stood over her, brandishing his claw hammer, Susan knew that she was as good as dead.
What the?
Fighter inside her tried. Susan chose a life over death.
Huh?
She somehow manages to get him on the ground with her and puts him in a chokehold. She screams at him, demanding to know why he was trying to kill her. "Tell me," she says. "Tell me, and I'll call you an ambulance." Eventually, his face turns purple again. This time, permanently. She had strangled Happy to death.
What the
An ambulance was called, and statements were taken. It was obvious that Susan had acted in self-defense. The question remained, however, why had Happy decided to kill Susan? As it turns out, the question that the police should have been focusing on was who had sent him. Happy was a hitman. He was paid $50,000 to sneak into Susan's house and beat her to death. When the police searched the crime scene, they didn't find anything that might reveal the identity of whoever hired Happy. It wasn't until one of Susan's friends came over to her place and noticed an out-of-place backpack in her basement that the crime was finally solved.
What?
Inside the backpack was a container of Hershey's syrup, $200 in cash, diabetes pills, and a notebook containing a cell number.
Oh.
Next to it, Happy had written, "Call me."
Who's Mike?
That was Susan's husband. Her estranged husband, to be precise. The pair had been separated for a while at this point, and since their breakup,
What?
Mike hadn't been doing so well for himself. He'd lost his job at the local adult video store and had no place to live. But he and Susan were still technically married. If she were to suddenly catch a bad case of having her brain smashed in, you didn't inherit the house. You made a deal with Happy, a former co-worker at the Leporem shop. Killed his so-called bitch of a wife, sold the house, and earned 6 of the police's value, 50 mortgage. Mike still had a spare key to Susan's, and knew all of the alarm codes. Before the point, there knew nothing to link him to the crime. It was perfect. What he didn't plan was his Vietnam vet hitman being killed by his former partner. Down at the station, he came up with a half-assed alibi, but the police were violent. He got 7 years in jail, but died of cancer on Friday the 13th of June, 2014, only 92 days before he was due to be released. If this incident teaches us anything, it's that love can be a dangerous game,
Oh,
especially for out of it and there's money on the line.
yeah.
Thankfully, Susan survived.
Like also this life assurance stuff.
Can't run,
I think that's kind of like something that should help in a way. But it's so many cases that this is where the reason like people get killed or love. It's like belongings, money, love. Like love connected with jealousy.
Hey guys, Lazy here, and thank you very
That
much.
is like really insane
Sorry
sometimes.
for the long wait for this
Like
video.
here in Swiss we don't have a life insurance or so. Like
Now that my
it's
hearing's
it's
fully
just like
restored, I can
we have
get
just
back
the
to
insurance
recording.
like when something happens that we that is like
I
for
hope you all had a very good Christmas. I haven't
like
spoken to you since then. And a
yeah
great
when we
new
break a
year.
leg or just hurt ourselves like
More fiction
or like
rather
yeah
than real
just
life.
all the insurances. Like we have just the normal one. So I just prefer regular love. Yeah, me too. Also. Oh, that was really cool. And we watched like really old videos of Lazy Masquerade. That was really cool. Like quickly like going back in time 6 years. It's just 2018. I can't believe that. Yeah, like guys, I'm looking quickly for another video. Well, Luna, I hope you're having a good night and enjoy the rest of your stream. Much love, Trent. H's big kisses for being here, and I wish you also a wonderful night. Sleep well, sweet dreams when you get there. Bye, Trent. We shall find one video that could be good. 3 hours long scary stories. No. 4. Oh wait. Like not Lazy Masquerade again. A case almost too gruesome to mention, or no, I don't know if that sounds already like really too gruesome. Three true disturbing dark web horror stories to scare you. To scare you to your core. Okay, let's go.
Hey folks.
We look into it. Midnight. Bye Luna, love you. Big kisses back to you, Trent. See you soon. Hey, I remember 2018. Yeah, by me. Yeah, okay, by me 2018 was kind of. That was a kind of deciding year for me. Yeah, there was like kind of. Like the first half was good, and the last half then it started like with being critical. I say it like in the nice form. How about a quick break to finish your food if you can? Yeah, like I was, like I'm nearly finished. It's only this. Oh wait, I don't know if I can show it. It's only this much like 2 bites. But much love, Frank. Just big kisses? Huh? It's not. Ah, that's the Elgato view. Oops. yeah, let's go. Midnight Murmurs. I hope I say it correctly. Never saw so far a video, but yeah, it was recommending me, and yeah, let's go for it. Perhaps it's like really
Before
interesting.
we start with today's stories, remember to subscribe as it really helps the channel. Some people like to think that the deep web is a joke. It's not. In no way is it a place some half-hearted show-off should even consider stumbling into. In fact, I would advise even the most seasoned of explorers with any sense of morality to steer clear of that place.
Yeah.
It's a place that will leave you scarred and terrified, following the digital footprints of someone else's shadow. I know this because I'm well acquainted with the world of hacking, or at least I used to be. I have been tinkering with computers since I was 12 years old, fascinated by the idea of being a cyber crusader, exploring the uncharted territories of the internet. By the time I was 20, I had become proficient in hacking, navigating the digital realm with ease. I could keep up with the best and had gained recognition among fellow enthusiasts. However, my expertise led me down a dark path, one that I now caution others against. The deep web, often referred to as the gateway to the global black market, was a realm I became familiar with. I dabbled in purchasing imported goods and had my fair share of encounters with illegal substances. Accessing the deep web required more than just a typical browser. It demanded knowledge of specialized tools and techniques like ghost tagging, proxies, and scramblers. One day, I received a message from a friend about a curious discovery, a series of black boxes on the web that seemed to lead to deeper directories. Intrigued by the challenge, I decided to investigate further. Armed with my curiosity and technical know-how, I embarked on a journey through the digital labyrinth, navigating through encrypted pathways and hidden traps.
Finished.
With each box I opened, I uncovered more mysteries and challenges, pushing my skills to the limit. Despite the risks, I was determined to unlock the secrets hidden within the dark corners of the web. Little did I know, this journey would lead me to confront the darkest aspects of human nature and the horrifying truths lurking in the shadows of cyberspace. Challenge accepted. I quickly glanced over the data, already booting up the ghost hacks and
Wait a minute, is
scramblers
it
that
just...
have what was in front of me knocked out of the way, as well as
Oh
being able to
no,
find
okay, wait. We go for Nick Crowley. Because of that, like, I'm really also loving to support like the like, yeah, okay, no, it was like a good video, like it looked also good, but kind of it feels like right now that like slowly I have more and more the feeling that a lot of videos gets created with ChatGPT, like whether like the read, the text to speech, and also like you can, yeah, ask ChatGPT to write you a story, then you can make that audio AI is like talking that text to speech, boom, you put a background, and then you have like instantly like a video. Or like nowadays to create a video, it's like now like YouTubers or like streamers, content creators in the digital world had always like the, yeah, like that the people said like most of the times, hey, you don't do that much, you only need to turn on yeah, the computer and start to stream and turn off, and then finish, and like to edit and to do like everything is like taking, yeah, always a while, also like for the editor in general. But that's like nowadays you can say, now you can have like back and it's a video. Boy, it's sick. Like The video was not bad, like no hate, no this should not be a hate or like offend or so, but I think right now it's not fitting, because yeah, like I want to see something, like some videos, like getting creeped out, like some mysteries or so, and yeah, because of that I said also it gave just a feeling for that, but yeah. The Legend of Shadow People. That looks okay, that looks interesting. Yeah, it's certainly possible, and some of the text-to-speech voices are obnoxious. Yeah, I got the feeling that it was not like it was not a real voice. Oh, confusion. It was, I think, like AI. No, that video was fine, just a little slow going, but it was cool. Yeah, I thought like perhaps he made like an intro, like an interlude, and then this and this case and this, but yeah, like it was now like kind of a bad choice. But guys, still, if you want to support and also want to listen into the video, into the story, Nightmare Murmurs. God damn it! No, yeah, like I don't have it anymore. What? Like I clicked, yeah, before on it. Okay, that is for me also a mystery. Wait, I can look it up. It's Midnight Murmurs. Midnight Murmurs. Yeah, just like big cases still. Was interesting quickly looking into. But we go now for the Legend of Shadow People, not Legend of Zelda, the Legend of Shadow People. From Nick Crowley, much love. Let's go. I'm really curious about it now. Hope it's loud enough. It's a 2-part series. Boah. Insanely loud.
There are many mysteries in this world, and to me the most captivating are the mysteries involving the supernatural. The idea that at any given moment we could be surrounded by beings that we can't see and that we know nothing about is both fascinating and
frightening.
And though many of these legends that have been passed down throughout time can be easily dismissed, there are a select few that simply can't be ignored. Legends that stem from thousands of years of stories and that are prevalent across all borders and religion. Legends that many people believe are actually true, with perhaps the most popular of which being the Shadow People. These dark figures are often seen out of the corner of your eye, shifting around just barely in your sight, only to ever fully reveal themselves once you fall asleep. And in the moments that you actually do see these strange beings, an unexplainable sense of dread will fill your body, leading many people to believe that whatever these things are, there's something evil attached to them. But figuring out what exactly these things are, and if they're even real or not, has been a mystery that has persisted for thousands of years. And in today's video,
we're gonna find out.
Okay, let's begin. I'm probably not solving shit in this video, but in this special 2-part series, we're going to be taking a deep dive into this mysterious and popular urban legend. We'll take a look at some video proof, as well as look at some stories from people who witnessed these creatures firsthand, including some personal stories from yours truly. So with that being said, let's start our journey into the legend.
That's
of the
cool.
Shadow.
That's cool. Like, my ex-best friend said she slept
Oftentimes,
and
we
saw
have
like
urban legends
shadow
that's
people,
isolated to like a
but
specific region
yeah,
or
like I don't
country.
know,
In the
but by
case of
my
these shadow people, This is a legend that really
Ex-best
has
friend.
no boundaries. And pinpointing the exact start of this legend is nearly impossible because it's been so prevalent throughout human history. But after doing a little bit of digging, one of the earliest documented cases of these shadow-like beings actually came in the Quran.
Really?
Deep in the mythology of Islam are creatures known as jinn, and the Muslim
Ah.
faith portrays these creatures as being almost like humans, except they're rarely, if ever, seen. And
Shadow
if you
people
saw
is
what
jinn in a
people
way?
Apparently seen the jinn. They appear as dark, shadowy ghosts, and that they manifest in the physical world as pitch black smoke. And in terms of
Ah,
physical
ooh.
description, I mean, this is exactly
That
what
is
the
kind of
modern-day
cool.
shadow people are said to look like. Pitch black, human-like figures. So could the jinn have been the first documented case of shadow people? Well, even if it was, it certainly wouldn't be the last. There are documented reports from all the way back in ancient Europe from people who reportedly saw these strange creatures. And the fear
That is
surrounding
so
these things back
insane.
then was immense. And honestly, I can understand why. Because many people in that society believed that these creatures desired blood, and without it they couldn't be reborn.
Hmm?
Which is terrifying. Now, traces of shadow people are even documented in Native American history, with its most prominent example coming from the Choctaws. This tribe believed in beings called Nalusa Cheeto. I was gonna make a joke about Cheetos. That would probably be wrong. Chester would not approve of that one. But the Nalusa Cheeto had other nicknames like the Soul Eater and the Great Black Being. And these things are
Slender.
literally described as being shadow-like beings, with one description saying that they look like tall, dark shadows that resembled a man. And the Nalusa Cheeto was so feared throughout the Choctaw tribe that they refused to speak its name. I should probably stop saying the name. Thank God I didn't make that Cheeto joke. So between the jinn, the ancient European reports, and the Nalusa Cheeto, we have 3 documented reports stemming from all across the globe. But how did this legend break into our popular culture? Well, individuals have reported seeing these shadow people for many, many, many years. But it appears that the legend didn't necessarily hit the mainstream until about 2002. A radio show called Coast to Coast AM is widely credited as kind of pushing this legend all the way up into the mainstream and basically revealing it to the majority of the world. And on this radio show, paranormal expert Heidi Hollis appeared as a guest to promote the existence of shadow people. And while on air, she described the intentions of these beings as to annoy and even harm humans. And at the end of the interview, Hollis
That is the reason why I have always bad luck.
call in and share their own stories of these shadow people. And soon thousands of people were calling into the show and sharing their personal experiences with these beings. And the weirdest part is that they were all really, really similar. Like eerily similar. Now, in a separate interview, listeners were encouraged to send in drawings of these shadow people that they supposedly had seen. And when all the drawings were submitted, they were shocked to see that they all looked so similar. So this radio program gave a name to these beings, it gave the story of these beings, and it provided physical descriptions of these beings. So it honestly covered all the bases, and
Damn.
since then, the legend of the shadow people has had a permanent spot in our society.
What? You came from a radio station?
Okay,
In
so
a way?
before we really get into what these shadow people might actually be, I want to take a look at some
Aliens.
of the best evidence out there that support these things
Hey,
even being real in the
ants.
first place.
Hey,
Because if these things really have been so prevalent throughout time,
I would love to chill out with aliens
pictures or videos.
flying
So
in a
first, let's start
saucer
by the
around
basics.
Pluto
Photo evidence
or
of shadow
Uranus.
well,
I mean Uranus.
the result is a little sus.
Oh god.
What is that? Stop. Come on. What is this? Well, this is just about the stupidest one.
Lol.
I mean, first of all, who's editing these pictures? Stop.
I can.
Oh my god. What is this border? This is a tough start here, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, that's creepy. Oh, okay. Okay, now see, this is subtle. This is a lot harder to fake, and it's clearly not a person. So, interesting. That is definitely the best one we've seen so far. Not saying much, but still, I could really get behind that. I'm not sure if it's a shadow person, but it definitely looks like a ghost. Alright, so that's pretty creepy, honestly. It's definitely not looking like much of a shadow person there. Looking more like a ghoul. eventually got one. What is that? Alright, this is it. The proof that we needed. Google, you have one job here. Where are all the pictures? What is this? Oh my god. What is with the moon? What do with shadow people? You foot. Fucking moon again. What does that have to do? I literally searched photo evidence of shadow people. It's all about the moon.
What was?
Okay, let's just keep it real here. The photo
Wait a minute, what?
The moon. Okay, let's just keep it real here. The photo evidence here.
Yeah, with peaceful aliens. Yeah, I think also, like, when you think about it, when we are like observing like ants or so, we are, yeah, like observing them just like when we're interested in them and want to learn from like how they behave or so. And I think by aliens will be the same. Like when there's aliens with like huge advanced sci-fi or high-tech technology, then they are surely like so much smarter than we are, and they look at us like the same as we look at monkeys. We know that the monkeys have like a kind of conscious, they have also kind of IQ, but we are not like yeah, okay, there's some people that are like not, yeah, like hurting animals or so, that is of course, but most of the time we are, yeah, like kind of observing, or it's kind of many layers. And I think aliens, surely there's nice aliens, and surely also aliens that think surely like about us, that we are nothing at all, that we're not important or so. But there's then surely like those more, yeah, kind of how to say that, like by Avatar, by Pandora Avatar, the scientist dudes are just those ones that are really interesting for the species itself. And then there's always the one dude or the one corporation behind of it that wants just to drain all the resources and build a new highway. Just like kind of this kind of feeling. Like surely not, oh, I hate all the humans, I need, like, surely the aliens wouldn't hate us. Okay, if they have like kind of genetic that they're like really like about competition or so, we don't know. But I guess so, like those aliens that are flying around that get to a certain intelligence, they're also like not bothering themselves anymore with stupid things like we have right now. I've always thought that was totally possible. Yeah, I think also, like, this is surely also the reason, like, the possibility that we are alone is, yeah, so small, and the possibility that there's aliens outside is, yeah, much higher. But the reason is why we never got contact, because we are just not in the eyes of them, like, on the level that we could talk with them, or like talk, yeah, like, be a part of the galaxy society. I don't know if I think they're the same galaxy, like, needs to, or else they are even more advanced, like when it's intergalactic. That would be so fucking sick. That's so even though I've been told I'm wrong, yeah, like, I don't know, like, that could be so much a reason why they don't have contact with us, if it's possible that we are not the only ones. Like, there's always skeptics or so, but I've, like, truly, I have the feeling that there's surely like something outside that is surely like smarter than we are. Aliens! Aliens! Oh, fuck. That came so out of nowhere. Mm. But there we're thinking the same. I think also like when we have contact, then it's just completely observation from them, just like learning from us, from our society, what we eat at morning, which breakfast we ate yesterday, did I make my homework, like stuff like this. The aliens are surely interested. No, I think society stuff surely, or like also genetic. It's not impossible to think that they don't have the technology to reach us, just like we can't reach them. Bless you, kisses for you, Frank. Yeah, like I think surely like there's species outside in our galaxy or like in another galaxy that is surely like even on our level, or perhaps like some decades or centuries like a little bit in front of us or in back of us with the state of technology or state of society. And that could be really the case, that we have like a lot of kind of planetary sisters or brothers around of our galaxy, but they will also never see like perhaps the outer space or see like other planet or so. We could also be like a species that never is gonna making it out of this, I don't want to say prison, but like the Earth is keeping everything to it except some rockets that are like launching out of it, but everything, what we see, what we loved, or what we hate, hopefully not too much hate, it's, or what was happening before us, it was like always on this round stone block. It's a Minecraft block. It's like really I really love the this mind or thought game. Can you, I don't know if you can say it like this, that you can, like when you think about it, like how small we are, and like when you look at also from an outer perspective, how it's like really like everything is just like on the dot. When the more you go away, the more it's like a dot. But the dot is so important for you, or for everyone. It's like it can go that far away. Like there's like my broken English kicks so hard. Like you can go as far as much as away, and it can also get smaller and smaller, but it's always like also the effect that everything can also like look as small as much, but it happens so much inside. I think that's the really good way to say it. I think it was surely like really confusing. I can't. It's so bad. I'm so sorry, guys. Your English isn't as bad as you think. No, big kisses. I really appreciate something like this, Frank. Like here and there some hiccups where it's not really that good working. And also the video, sorry for stopping quickly, but that was the thought, like for us, I don't know, like aliens are surely like more observing us than try or want to have contact. Surely like not all, but yeah, surely like the main. Bigfoot!
Is it not? These things are not real. Alright, so I actually found a compilation video called Ghosts Caught on Camera 5 Shadow People. So there should be 5 clips here. Let's see if any of them are somewhat realistic.
Anyways, I'm going down, and I've decided to videotape it to have proof for my wife. She doesn't believe me. Alright, here we go. Hello? I know I hear you down here.
Okay, so some context here. This guy apparently had been hearing a lot of noises.
No worries, I haven't been able to have that kind of conversation for years. Really, that's always I really love like this kind of speculating, theorizing.
I just saw, holy man, holy, dude, I swear to gosh.
Okay, so that could really, quite honestly, be so easily fake if we're being real. Like, it really could be a black morph suit.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's a black morph suit.
yeah, safe.
Looking at it. Yikes. I mean, obviously, I'm not an expert, but still, I think that one is probably...
It's the black Morpheus. It's Morpheus. No way. It's like he's like in a Morpheus suit. Oh Monday. I need to rewatch Matrix. Oh, I really love like the scene with Morpheus and Neo. Hmm? Lol. Like the first thing when I hear Morph, it's like instantly remembering me on Morpheus. Yeah, okay, that could also be like
Oh, that's kind of weird. A little creepy. It's just tough because the thing I can't get past is how easily it would be to just edit that, you know? But then again, I can't totally prove that it is faked, and I can't totally prove that it is edited, so take that for what it's worth. So I'm not sure why the shadow person would just be jumping on the train track.
Yeah, I would say whether it's like a homeless dude or just a random person that was acting up like that.
Okay, context. This guy is hearing noises from his closet, and he's going to check it out. Yeah, idiot. Stop. Real or fake? That's creepy.
That was
It's
very
actually one of
creepy.
the most famous clips of the shadow people, so I have seen this one before, but it still gives me goosebumps. When you look at the still frame, it looks like more than a person in a black morph suit or a person with like a blanket. It really genuinely looks shadow-like, and I really don't think that they would be able to pull that off.
But are Jinns not like kind of?
You know what I mean? Like they would have to add some sort of fancy editing.
I think
to make it look
I'm really confused with Jinns and Genie.
It's really sketchy.
Like a Genie is nice, huh?
That way, and nobody saw that in the room.
Like
I don't know,
Jinns
it's-
are just like the bad version.
But I mean, the
That's
picture
just
itself
one of the ninja turtles.
is intriguing at the very least.
It's Donatello.
Okay, so this next clip is of a guy testing out.
He
his
wanted some
Xbox
pizza.
Kinect, and this is what happens.
The ghost is placing
Oh god.
on.
Oh my god. If that literally happened to me, I wouldn't be.
Yeah, but
it's really not a person. It's at the very least a shadow. And this guy actually went back and proved that he did not edit this. So if it's not an actual person and if it's not edited, then maybe it's real. But the thing is, there could be someone standing behind the camera casting that shadow. You never really know. I mean, that's the only other explanation I can think of.
Light
If it truly
illusion,
wasn't edited,
edit.
Man, that's a creepy clip. I would believe this one more so than the others, but I'm still nowhere near 100% convinced.
I think you're right. Genies are good and Jinns are evil genies. Okay.
Greatest
Okay,
pieces of
okay.
paranormal evidence of all time, and that's because this clip was put out before video editing was what it is today. So what I mean by that is they
It's
couldn't
like
do
really
that
interesting,
things
like
this and
from the
focus unless
folklore
they were,
from
like,
every
professional. So a lot of people think
every
this is the best
like
piece of evidence,
country
but
or
not
like
only ghosts, but
society
shadows.
also.
You know what? I'm not sure I believe it. It just looks weird. Like there's something about it that really looks like computer generated.
Yeah, or the
which,
drawn
okay,
on
that
it.
wasn't possible at the time, and it definitely isn't. And the way it appears as soon as the camera's panning out,
Mm. That's strange.
you know. But what does make this compelling is that you can actually see the reflection of this shadow in the mirror. which would be so hard to pull off if this was something that was done in person. I mean, in After Effects, yeah, it wouldn't be that difficult. But like I said, at the time, apparently that wasn't really even a thing. So either they went all out with some weird lighting system that made this shadow, or it's legit. Which is crazy because it still looks really strange to me, but I mean, there's really no way to explain it away. Like, it would just be way too difficult for somebody to actually...
Whether like a glass plate or so that they made UFO scams like this, like in front of holding in front of the cam like a glass plate where it was like drawn on it like a UFO, and then you just halted it in front of the cam and it looked like there was a UFO hovering.
For right now, I want to take a look at some first-hand accounts of people who've actually witnessed these things. And luckily for us, there is a website called shadowpeople.org. And they got the .org, so you know this place is legit. But on the website, they have a forum where people can post their own stories. And I think it might be cool to go through and read some of them, and then I will share some of my own stories. I've always felt a connection to the supernatural. Ever since I was a kid, things like ghosts and goblins have always caught my attention. Okay, what is a goblin though? Honestly, like, I mentioned goblins a lot, but what?
Green, small.
Actual goblin? Ew. That's not what I thought it was. Jesus.
No, it's
The
green,
first time I saw
small.
a shadow person, I was 10. I was home alone doing my homework in my room.
I think goblin is just like an orc, but in small.
On the way back, I looked into my living room. and I
It's
saw
kind of, I think goblin was made.
It was extremely tall and seemed to be darker than
Is that not from fantasy lore, like
That's like an
between orc and dwarves? Do you have goblins? Or goblins are their own stuff?
After what seemed like an eternity, I told myself to blink and it was gone. So kind of creepy, and that definitely fits the bill of the other shadow person
Fuck.
stories that I have heard up until this point. I had my first encounter when I was about 5. I was sleeping in my bedroom in a rental house in Terry County, Indiana. I did not know what it was. I opened my eyes and see a shadow person standing over me. It was much like a black cloud, but shaped like a person. It had no face or eyes. I was so scared. I tried to scream, yet had no voice and couldn't. Throughout the years, I saw it again and again. Sleeping, I would sense something over me and open my eyes, and it would be there. Well, that is freaking horrifying. Like, imagine waking up in the middle of the night and just seeing one of these things.
Is that not sleep paralysis
I knew
stuff?
the apartment had something going on. Lights would go on and off at night. Doors would slowly open and close with no wind drain. Both nights I pulled out the hide-a-bed in the living room with the TV on and lights. There was a tempered glass door in front of the entranceway, and there was standing there at least 5 human black shadow figures. They didn't move or do anything. I just had to turn my back and try to sleep. I actually named one of them Norman and asked him not to scare me. There's a lot to unpack. First of all, the thought of seeing 5 of these things just chilling there watching you sleep, terrifying. But name one of them Norman? Just one, and ask him not to scare you?
I don't know.
I wonder if drugs were involved. No, very creepy story. I just, the whole Norman thing, it's a nice little So there's just something about hearing this story. Really
It can really be.
sends a shiver.
You never know. You never know, and you
I
never
think
know.
It might be because I may have actually had experiences with these shadow
Like-
before. So let me tell you these stories because
Oh, yo! I see some ghosts right now. Oh my gosh!
my friend's dad. So me and my friend would drive to work with him like
Are we the Ghostbusters? Yo, dude, I said to you, fewer drugs.
dad had to open up the shop and everything.
Please,
It was just
please, just listen.
for my sleep schedule. One day the company was actually having pig roast, and my friend's dad had to go extra early to get this thing cooked. And so of course we had to go with him. So we literally got there at like 4
No,
a.m. I got no
Piggy.
sleep before, and it was absolutely
Piggy.
So we helped him set everything up, and then we were left with
LMAO.
because obviously our shift hadn't started. So we decided to just hop in his dad's car. So I was sitting in the back seat,
Ghostbusters.
and I was just kind of looking out as my brain started to get bored. And I was right about to fall asleep when I saw a figure standing. It was a tall black figure standing across the street, just looking at me. Oh, well, I don't know if it was looking at me. It was facing me, but it didn't have any eyes. And it was literally like the exact description of what you think a shadow person would be. And as soon as I saw that, I literally jumped up like that, and it was gone. And that was the first time that I may have actually seen a shadow person. And it came when I was right on the edge of falling asleep, which is a key point that's going to come into play later. So my second encounter also deals with sleep. And I've actually told this story on this channel before, so I'm going to kind of quickly fly through this. So I woke up in the middle of the night. I just saw a random TV laying on the floor of my room. And on the TV was static. And that static was just barely lighting up the room enough just so that I could see something out of the corner of my eye. Now obviously I was terrified, so I tried to move, and I realized I couldn't. So all of a sudden this tall black figure moves towards me, just enough so that now it's out of my vision. So I couldn't see it, but I could feel it as it started crawling up onto the bed. And after just a few seconds, I could feel heavy breathing on the side of my face. And at that point, I literally said, screw it. And I used every ounce of muscle in my body to muster out a scream, and I woke up. And when I woke up, I was literally drenched in sweat. Like, this was the most scared I probably had ever been up until this point. But it was all just a dream that felt so real. Okay, so both of my shadow people encounters had to do with sleep. So maybe sleep has something to do with...
Yeah, sleep paralysis.
Or at least I thought that until just a few weeks ago, when I may witness one of these shadow people when I was wide awake. Okay, so this story is literally straight from me. Okay, so I was laying in my bed working on some homework, and at the time it was like 9 p.m., so I really wasn't that tired yet. But my room was still really dark because the sun had gone down, and I had one set of lights off while the other one was on, but it really isn't that bright. So I finally finish up my homework, and I stand up to go get some water, and I take a look at one of my picture frames that has a movie poster. And in the reflection behind me was literally a tall black shadow. No bullshit. Literally a tall black shadow standing directly behind me. Like I said, straight out of a movie. And I will be honest, I froze. But I finally mustered up the courage to look behind me, and when I did, nothing was there. And the reflection of the shadow in the picture frame was gone. And this event literally terrified me so much, but it also kind of renewed my interest in the whole shadow people legend. And that was actually the whole inspiration behind this video. And the more I think about it, like, I've tried to rationalize
It's really
it,
cool.
I've tried to come up with some
Like, it's really interesting.
what might have happened there. But I can't think of anything. I mean, what I saw that day really might have been a shadow person. Okay, so this is actually where this went down. Right here. And it, of course, is the Exorcist poster. Of course. I get up, the poster's the first thing I see, and so I see myself standing there, and then just a black shadow behind me. And may I add that this thing was like this tall, alright? And I'm 6 foot, so it was a tall thing. I still can't explain it. It was so creepy. Like, I literally felt like I was standing here frozen for like an hour.
Sleep paralysis. It's
now, because many of the first-hand reports came from
It's-
people who were sleeping at the time that they saw these shadow people,
Yeah.
some believe that these things are simply just part of our dreams.
Yeah.
More specifically, they appear to have some sort of direct connection with sleep paralysis, which sleep paralysis is literally the most terrifying thing.
okay. Sorry to scare you. It was a prank, bro.
Sleep paralysis is hallucinating. So
Yeah.
it's possible that these shadow people are just a common hallucination that we all see when we get sleep paralysis. And this would obviously explain why people report not being able to move when they're in the presence of these things. And why most people typically say that they remember being asleep right before they saw them. And when I think about the first 2 personal stories that I shared, I really think sleep paralysis could be an actual explanation for them.
Yeah.
So really, in a way, this theory makes sense, but it also kind of doesn't. I mean, all these stories are so similar, so how could we all just be having this
Look,
same
it can be
dream?
that
Wouldn't all
there's
these
like
stories be a lot more
frequencies,
dynamic?
vibrations around of us, energies that we have not the sensory for it. But I don't know, like by hallucination or so, that starts like that our brain starts to hallucinate is from the pineal gland. It's kind of the third eye. When this kind of gets like it's kind of a sensitive spot, and when it gets triggered, then you start to hallucinate. And when this has something to do, like perhaps also like with more sensoric, like that you're more sensitive to certain stuff. I don't know, doesn't need to be like frequencies or so, it can also be like more focused or hearing better, I don't know, or more in detail. But with that everyone sees the same is just so strange, like whether they are always here, like they're always around of us and we never like realize it because we are not sensitive enough, or it's a mass delusion. No, it's not a mass delusion. No, it's like really obscure. It's really strange that like when it would be so like nearly like the same, but it's like really strange that it's kind of a phenomena when you have it, that other person that had it also is also like the same. I don't know, I've never hallucinated or I had already I had already some here and there experiences with that, like good experiences, really awesome. But yeah, like it's always like you need to do stuff like this or with a good group, have a good surrounding, not too hectic or so. But yeah, like I would say that is kind of surely connected with that. But the obscure thing is that it's just like the same, like by everyone. That is really really
All
strange.
coming from our own heads. Like seriously, how does it make sense that these
Whether-
stories would be so
Whether are the shadows kind of like a filler of our brain for something that we fear of, like whether from the unknown, from the darkness, or I don't know, and it's just filling it up, filling it in, or else I have no. There, like when it's now completely spiritual, those creatures are like always around of us, and when a or when a person is like starting to get more open, like it's open for frequencies or for signals, they're like seeing that as her food, and then they go like in. No, okay, now it's getting more scary. Now I don't think that's kind of like a real thing around of us. Like I mean, like something like a creature or some spiritual frequencies. I don't know, but it's still really interesting why we or the brain makes that so similar by so many different people when they got sleep paralysis. Yeah, I've avoided those activities. Yeah, that's good. That's good, Frank. That's always good. Like, it's always better to have less.
And what about the reports
Like, I
of
wish
things
here and
that
there
seem
so
people
many
who
times
believe
why I
right?
started with
What about the
cigarettes.
shadow that I saw
Nothing
in my
against
room?
anyone who uses
I know it's one of those things where I feel like sleep
hallucinogenics.
paralysis
I just
could
never
explain
have.
a lot of it.
Yeah, like I didn't
That
took it
doesn't
also like
explain it
that.
all.
Like by me it's also like not glorification. Like I just, you guys know I look it from
But there's been a
objective
lot of research out there that is kind of
way
proving
of
that
view.
Our peripheral vision should not be trusted. Our peripheral vision is designed
Just
to
like
detect
that
evil,
everything is
not to
neutral
protect.
from the side,
And our
that we
brains
have
often
every
try
respect.
and fill in the blanks when we see something out of the corner of our eyes. So with that logic, it appears that a lot of the stories of people seeing these shadow people out of the corner of their eyes can't actually be trusted, at least not fully. And this is so significant because literally the solid majority of these shadow people sightings are from people seeing fleeting glimpses of them out of the corner of their eyes. But our vision just doesn't work like that.
Yeah, we have here
So
also
we see
lashes.
things like that out of our peripheral vision. So again, we have a legitimate scientific explanation that disproves a lot of the stories that we may have heard throughout the years. But it doesn't disprove them all. I mean, not all of these stories can be explained away by bad peripheral vision or sleep paralysis.
Guys,
So
wait
even
quickly.
if 99% of these stories are completely false.
Oh no, wait,
it still
wait.
leaves 1%.
We can watch that
And 1%
to the end.
still mean that these shadow people are actually real. And for people like myself who have potentially witnessed them, There really is no logical explanation that I can find at least. So because of that, I'm left wondering if maybe this goes past scientific explanation.
Like, I had as a kid
So
one
these
thing,
shadow people
and my mom taught me about that. Like, I was remembering about it, but only some glimpses, because I forgot like a lot. I don't know if my brain just wanted to forget it, but my mom said that to me. My grandparents live here, like, kind of in the mountain region, in a really old house, and in this old house was my grandparents from my dad's side living, and it's a really old house, like, of course, of newest modern state, renovated, but like it had already like a long journey behind of it. And when we got there, and I was 5, 6 around this time, when we got there for like Christmas vacation, under the week, I had like a kind of how to say that, like a kind of scene where I was like having really, like, I was really scared and talked about like that there are people around of us, like, looking at me, and so like really also like really like holy, like when my mom retold me that, I was like, what? Like I not even thought, or like it was never like this in my brain, but she said also like really worried about me, and I remember also back then she was holding me, and then it was also like getting better. Then I was also calming down, but I remember that I was like really like not upset, like that it was really overwhelming for me, and I was like also crying and was just like scared, like I said. And my mom said, because my mom had like always, she was more the spiritual soul in our family, and she also like believes like on angels and like stuff like this, like spiritual more. And she said also like whether it was like a astral trip quickly that I went like I'd like really crazy shit, like, but when I think right now back to it, like I only know the certain faces, like I said, like how my mom was holding me, and also like that I was scared, but like the faces of the person or how the person would look like, what I saw, I couldn't say it. I can't say it. It's kind of like as it would be just blank. Like, I don't know. That is like, it's so creepy, like, because you never know if it's kind of, is it just, yeah, like mentally, because I never had like a moment like this, guys. Like, I had never stuff like this in my whole life, like so far. Okay, like knocking on wood. But I never had that, like, it was like really only this phase, like never really paranormal stuff or so. It was only this creepy stuff. And from what I can remember, it's not even that much. Like, it's more what my mom is like remembering, and also my dad. But yeah, my dad, I can't ask it like all the time. But yeah, I just wanted to tell you that, like, some of you guys surely didn't heard it. I was telling that surely also like in other Spooky Mondays, but yeah, like for those that are also newly watching, it's just so, that will for me will be that one of my mysteries that I will surely like never solve. What could that be? Or perhaps when you go with a medium to my grandparents' house, perhaps there is something, like, because it has like already so many years behind of it, that perhaps as a kiddo I saw like my grandparents that would be that could, oh my gosh. They say kids are more attuned to supernatural things than adults. Yeah, I see that also. Kids have just this sensitivity still. Just, I don't know, perhaps we are just more so stubborn with our thinking that it needs to like instantly make sense, like in every way, and the kiddos just watching and trying to understand, like from that what they see. Yeah, it's like it's hugely interesting. Okay, sorry for Nick Crowley.
It's actually a really interesting one. For starters, the wide majority of these shadow people encounters are extremely negative. They portray a sense of darkness, dread, and horror to practically all that see them. There have also been reports of these things strangling people while they lay there paralyzed in their sleep, which is absolutely horrifying, and it also kind of seems like something to do. Let's be real. And it appears that there is one type of shadow person that seems to be more evil than the others. This is a being that can be as tall as 10 feet, with red glowing eyes, a suit, and a brimmed hat. And this thing has been dubbed the Hat Man. Name's pretty lame.
Are you curious about what you've seen or felt back then? Yeah, I would be really curious. Like, I know that you could even make like a return in a way, like getting hypnotized or so. But I don't know if it's then like kind of alien stuff. Oh my gosh, I'm out.
And I hope I never encounter this thing. So I think the idea that shadow people really might be something demonic.
But no, it's not alien stuff.
And there's an actual case for it. But I could also believe that there's simply just some type of ghost or spirit. I mean, I don't necessarily believe any of it, but if I
That was
had
just
to,
a shadow.
I'd say that would be believable. So if you're someone who believes in this kind of stuff, then this might be a satisfying conclusion.
Yeah.
So perhaps one of the most strange theories about these beings is that they're actually
Aliens.
And perhaps they have the ability to shift in and out of our physical plane. I mean, I guess they could be some weird type of
No.
that's just kinda
Sorry when I... Like, yeah, that could also be, but what I would see is like technology that is beyond of our understanding. Because to cloak yourself in a kind of like invisible cloak, like Harry Potter does, is surely like also extremely hard, because you need to absorb like the light that is like shining on you and starts want to reflect to your other to the opponent or to the like opposite position. And not only that, it needs to shine through the light that comes from back. Like perhaps it's just like a invisible suit in a way, but just here and there when you're tired or so, you see it. Just like when you press your eyes a little bit together, that we see it then, and with fully eyes open it's like completely invisible. I don't know.
chilling and studying us for whatever reason.
Yeah, it's like bending light. Yeah, whether yeah, it could also bend like the light behind of around, and
We just rarely see
and you see like only the shadow stuff.
Sounds a little outlandish. I mean, I
Nah.
couldn't find anything to support this theory. I just saw the claim out there, and I'm like,
Because the alien deleted everything. they deleted our internet.
so for me, I would think these things are ghost-like rather than alien. If that makes sense.
No.
So lately there have been a few scientists out there that are starting to believe that there are other dimensions in the world. And these other dimensions are supposedly completely invisible and undetectable to us. Now, I will not go into the science behind
Could
this
be.
because I do not know the science behind this, so do not ask about the science behind this because, as I said before, I do not know. But what if these other dimensions...
That's the explanation they use for stealth cloaking in Metal Gear and Ghost in the Shell. Yeah, like it would make in a way also sense. And like for real, Frank, that is also like the way that we would need to do it, or else there needs to be like material that could make that.
But it's also kind of cool to think.
But it's like you need to transport the light through your body, and it needs to shine through, and that is like the hardest part. We need like
but just fast enough so we can
a
never
suit
get a good
with a
look.
lot of
This is so
cameras
crazy,
and a
it
lot of
literally
lights
is
that are
flying,
like
no,
individual,
soaring over my head right now. It's so
projecting
crazy to think
like the
maybe these
picture
things are
that would
something completely new to science, and they can just travel in and out
will
of
be
other dimensions,
behind of you.
appearing as
But it's
they
so hard.
I mean, if there
It's
really are
so
other
hard.
dimensions out there that we
This
don't
is
know
like
about,
then
it's
3D
weird.
understanding
We have no idea
extreme,
how they would work.
because
So
the
we wouldn't be able to rule
angle
out
of the light
possibilities
is
that
essential,
maybe
the
these
reflection
things
of every object
yes,
with
I
the
do think
certain
so.
light, color
Throwing it
of
out
the
there.
light.
But the thing is, these things all hinge on whether or not these shadow people are even real.
That could
Because
be.
let's be honest, maybe the most plausible theory here is that these things are just figments of our imagination. But if they are in fact real, there's no doubt they go way past the realm of human comprehension. So of course all these theories are going to sound crazy because this is something that would be completely new to us. And I've really thought about these theories. And to me, I think the one that I'm drawn most to is that maybe these things are somewhat ghostly. And if shadow people really are some type of ghost, then there's no doubt a chance that they could be captured on camera. Is it unlikely? Yes. But I guess it wouldn't be impossible. I think you know where this is going.
Yeah, you have to be able to reflect what's behind you 360. Yeah, 360 degrees. It's like really it's also like Crytek from Crisis, this invisible suit. Do you know Crisis, Frank? I'm sure you know Crisis. Like Crisis, the suit there was also like kind of authentical. Of course, yeah, like it would surely like be in the future like even more like so like skin, like that it's skin tight, that it's like really like the shape of our skin, and like a lot of just LED, but the LED yeah, screens need to have like such a like a high resolution. Yeah, it needs to be real life to project real life on it with the same frame rate. That is like, boy, like just imagine you start to lag, instantly missing, no? I'm aware of it, but I haven't played it. Like I played it by friends, but I didn't own it on my own. But Crysis is really cool. Like most of all, Crysis 3 looked always really awesome. Okay, wait quickly. I'm gonna grab something to drink. Be right back. That is such a cool topic. That lag would be awkward. Yeah, just you would infiltrate as like a special force, go like inside, try to sneak on, and then suddenly like a dude, hey, who put this lagging soldier here? And fuck, we got discovered. Or just like the wrong mode is playing, like then it's like birthday party mode, like suddenly. But guys, if that's like mass produce, believe me, that would be selling like as morph suits is selling. Like everyone would have like a suit like this and projecting just stuff on themselves. That would be hella cool. That would be really hella cool. Okay, wait quickly. Oh, so. Ja. Also Binga. So. What? Huh? Suddenly my phone is doing his own thing. Oh. You lag in front of a TV and now everybody stops like, where did the TV come from? It's like, it's kind of really cool. It's like surely, like the first person that creates that, like the invisible cloak suit, will have like this person is surely like also feeling a little bit like all the people that created something that was like for warfare really like impactful, and I see like invisible suits could be like, even if it's cool and everything, it could be really a bad thing, because then like assassinations, you couldn't like you couldn't say then from where the bullet was coming. Someone in an invisible suit was just like shooting from somewhere. You couldn't like relate anything, have no evidence. It would be really bad, stuff like this. Or just like also like infiltrating, making an invasion like on places or so, and you wouldn't even realize it. And suddenly like everyone is turning their suits off and are fully weaponed like before of you. They'd be rich, but the world becomes way more dangerous at the same time. Yeah, I think it would be like Oppenheimer. It would be something that would devastatedly, I don't know if you can say that, make a huge impact. Ooh, I didn't. It's good that perhaps this is a little bit like more unachievable than other things, but it's not impossible. It's just like you need to have the gadgets for it. Like, we are surely at the time where also like people back then they had surely like good ideas, like to Leonardo da Vinci times. Like this dude had so many inventions or so that they couldn't realize back then, but more in the later years. Surely like we have now the ideas, and in the future there will it be then possible. Or technology isn't good, technology kind of thing. Yeah. It's always a two-sword. It's a two-sided sword. Two-sword. It's my broken English. Yeah, guys, I would say we go into the next video. I would say we add like a Nick Crowley video. This one was like from 4 years ago. Was kind of a different one, like as that what we're knowing like from him, but it was still interesting. TikTok's most disturbing mystery. We can go for that, and we can also go the darkest moments in TV history. We can also go that. Then we have both like. Okay, you don't see it. It's just Frank, much love for like having this chat with me. I really love to like to being philosophical, like to talk about what if, and is that like impactful, is that like something good, is like, okay, there is no such thing as good as bad, like as we said. It has many gray shades. Like there's like something that it could be 80% good, 20% bad. then it's like just like a point difference. Like there's so many point numbers after the point, after the dot, that you could go into infinity of difference. But like it's always the point of view. To his idea of a flying machine manifested to helicopters and planes today. Yeah, like it's kind of it was kind of the pattern, or kind of the form already, but we didn't had something like the shape of it. We didn't had like concrete to fill it up or so. That was a really dumb example, but yeah, like it's sometimes you have the ideas, or we like humankind have the ideas already stored up for a long time, and when it's then ready, it gets its spotlight. Of course, it's good. Chat like always, much love, big heart. And I need to show you like also the color. It's can you read it? Pink happy thoughts. It's kind of a voltage pink. You will see it then. This time I go completely for pink. Okay guys, TikTok's most disturbing mystery, Nick Crowley. Let's go, we go into it. Guys, support.
She has tiny bones inside.
February 2022, an urban explorer makes his way down a long-forgotten dirt road.
Did I hear
somewhere
that
in
right?
rural China. His ultimate destination was a dilapidated structure shrouded in mystery for both him and all others in the region, with many referring to it simply as a laboratory. But what kind of laboratory was completely unknown? This did little to deter the man. In fact, the mystique of this building made the location even more tantalizing, as it would make for the perfect setting for a video.
That color will look really good on you. Much love. I'm looking forward also.
And as he walked
Like I
down
never
the dirt
wore
road,
like
he believed that
pink
each step was
so
taking
much,
him closer
but
and
yeah, I
closer
thought okay, why
toward
not?
covering
Now
that
it's time
building's
for it.
original purpose. But what he'd find in that old laboratory wouldn't be answers. In fact, he would be left with far more questions, as the video he would go on to post would leave hundreds of thousands of people horrified, disturbed, and in many cases, scarred for life. With the clip setting off what may very well be the darkest mystery to ever unfold on the site, and perhaps one of the most disturbing in the entire history of the internet. Before we fully get into things here, do you have any idea how many subscriptions you are currently paying for? I didn't until I was introduced to today's sponsor, Rocket Money. Rocket Money is an all-in-one finance platform that allows you to save more.
Big smooches, Rocket Money,
That is
Nick Crowley. Guys,
get started
help him.
and to
Easy.
get your money right in the world of internet oddities and mysteries.
Let's
this
go.
one is probably the most unique, as the contents of this mystery
Always
involve
skipping
videos
it.
that can barely be
Oh yeah, what's your
broadcast
favorite color?
capacity
My
due
favorite
to
color
just
is
how
black.
disturbing they are. And although I'm sure some of you will be
And yeah, like it's
disappointed
kind
that
of
the
like
themselves are not
for
shown
golf
in
is
their
always.
entirety,
And
I can assure
then
you
I would
these
say
clips are
whether
ones that you
purple.
don't want to see.
Like I
On
have
that note,
many like
let's go
colors
back
where I
to
really
the
drawn
road.
to. It's like
The location was one
purple,
of many examined
or
by this
purple
explorer
slash
who goes
violet,
under the name Beanbag Adventures on Doge,
orange
the
and
original
teal.
Chinese
I really
version of
love
TikTok.
teal.
And
Teal
for
is
the sake
such
of
a
this
cool
video,
color.
his real name
Or
will not be
menta green
disclosed,
teal.
as he's never made
Stuff
it
like this.
publicly available, so I'll just be referring to him as X.
But
X's
the
channel
orange and
features a
gold,
multitude of
like orange gold.
locations left to the mercy of time and isolation. But of all the places he would go on to visit, he could tell immediately that this one was going to be different. As he entered the structure, he was greeted with an overwhelming.
But I have
stench
not the
that
color
filled the
where I'm
building
like,
entirely.
I don't like that. I really love like all the colors, but the ones I would pick out are just like the orange ones, the teal and the violet ones. When it comes to the rainbow colors, when it comes to the classical, then I would choose black.
Which consisted of old concrete rooms and tunnels, almost like
What was it? I got a loud notification right when you said it. The colors, like orange, violet, purple, or violet slash purple, and teal, like, yeah, teal, mint green.
地下实验室，机密承受能力强的朋友，随镜头来。接下来大家所看到的一切物品。
As he enters the room, X shows a large pool-like structure lined with old pieces of wood, and as it comes into frame, he prefaces the discovery by saying that the contents within this pool are merely props from an old movie. He then proceeds to point the camera down inside, revealing thick green water, and floating within this water were what looked to be children, mere babies, and dozens of them decaying in the water. X then begins to gag and runs out of the room, shutting off the camera right before getting sick. The video is shocking, and as it made its way through the Douyin site, it was met with mixed reactions.
What?
Many took X's word to heart, believing his explanation that the children were simply abandoned props, left over from some movie that must have been shot there. While others called it an outright hoax, believing that X's demeanor and the editing of the video came across as disingenuous, before going on to assume that the explorer had just set it up himself. Within this crowd were a select few who were more concerned. The bodies looked so real. And
That's
each one
so
appeared to be in different
creepy.
stages of decomposition. And that smell, if they were simply made of plastic and rubber, then why was that smell so unbearable?
Yeah, now
that
then it
X had
wouldn't
gotten
wouldn't
physically
smell.
sick from it?
Like it would be
Following this line of
plastic
thinking,
smell.
If somehow this were to be real, then that begs the question, what were all these bodies doing in an abandoned laboratory? Given what seemed to be their level of decomposition, it was clear that they hadn't been there for more than a few months, yet this structure has been left abandoned for decades, and you can tell as much just by looking at the infrastructure. Due to this video having been posted in 2022, this automatically rules out the idea that this was part of China's one-child policy, as that was abolished back in 2015. Plus, that policy wouldn't have matched anyway.
Cool, just
as some
wanted
of the
to know
children
for
seen in that
part of
water
your
were
gift.
not just that.
Nah, Frank, much.
Some of them were infants, and some were even
Just much,
comparable in
much
size
love
to
for
those
ya.
as old as 5 or 6.
Wait, I'm
which seems to
quickly putting
immediately
like
rule
this.
out this explanation.
What?
Digging
It's-
into the video a bit deeper, a few others began to notice what they believed to be an off-putting detail, as directly after X states that the bodies in the pool were simply props, he then goes on to say that this video was going to be censored, and that you'll only ever see this from him. This prompted the theory that the movie prop line was just some sort of cover-up to allow the footage to be shown across Douyin, so that he could expose the true horrors transpiring in this old lab. Admittedly, some of these details are a bit bizarre, but despite all of this,
Oh,
the
shit.
theory that these bodies were somehow real was merely speculation, and far-fetched speculation to say the least, as most would go on to assume the footage to be fake, carrying on with their lives and forgetting all about this bizarre video. And it wasn't just the viewers who seemed to immediately forget about this footage, as X himself would continue posting as usual immediately after this, making no mention of his discovery in that laboratory. And much like that laboratory, in the months that followed, X's video would soon be lost to time. Or at least this was the case, until December 26, 2022, when X would once again follow that old dirt road and return to the strange room.
He was going back?
你们防空洞里面那个实验室，一池子小孩儿，一池子小孩儿。今天我就来看一看，拍上点视频。胆小的误看啊，接着注意细节。
This time, things within that tunnel were different. Upon entering, he would see strange bottles and tubes on the ground, which hadn't been there before. And as he approached the pool, he could now see children's clothing scattered all across the pathway, including a cap which would commonly be worn by a child.
Oh
The pool itself
no.
was also slightly altered, as there was now a large blue tarp covering the majority of its surface, concealing its contents. However, at the far end was an opening, just large enough to reveal that those prop bodies from before were in fact still in there. Only this time, the idea of them being movie props was far less believable. It had been 10 long months since X had first peered into
Oh my
the pool,
gosh.
and now the bodies he once claimed to be from a movie set were far more decayed, to the point that not just the bodies were shown, but the bones within them as well.
Oh
Skulls,
no.
ribs, hips were all on display, being revealed by the peeling of their rotten flesh, in a scene that looked all too realistic. So much so that X was now referring to them solely as dead bodies, as that level of detail would have been nearly impossible to fake. X then pulls out his phone and reveals the date and time, December 26th, 2022, 11:26 a.m., before turning to the exit and leaving in a hurry.
看时间啊，2022年12月26，兄弟们，这个味儿啊，我居然能挺住。不知道喝点什么。哎呀，这里还有这些药瓶子，拜拜了，又要走了。我去，这个臭啊！哎。
It's completely floated.
Bye bye, maybe.
The second video was far different from the first, as its validity is much harder to argue against. I obviously won't be showing it here, but the bodies were just too realistic. I honestly don't think they could have been faked, as even across all the big budget movies I've ever seen, no dead body props have ever come close to this level of realism, which makes it seem all the more unlikely that someone could have faked this just for a TikTok. And that sentiment was shared across the site almost universally. Rather than being a source of speculation like that first
That's
video,
wild. That
people
is
were now
really
absolutely
wild.
horrified, having likely witnessed the sight of a
Who
dozen
made
dead
that?
children. And this wasn't the only
And
major
the
difference
calling the
between two
authorities?
either, with the most relevant
Why it's only
coming from the
posting
contents
it?
of the video themselves.
Calling
For
authorities,
starters,
dude.
Those bottles, clothing, and that tarp.
I would
were all
already
not
call
there
10
upon his first
months
visit,
ago.
meaning that whatever this pool was being
As
used
soon as you
for,
see
was still
something
being
like this,
actively visited
just
and worked
retreat
on
from the
after that
place,
first video
call
was made.
authorities,
First of all,
go
the
with
number
the
of bodies shown in
authorities
that
there
water
when
was
it's like
significantly
necessary,
higher the second
and
time
then
around,
show the
meaning
footage that you
whatever
got.
he had walked in on was still clearly actively happening. Despite this disturbing detail, this didn't stop X from returning just a few days later, determined to reveal all of the horrors of that old lab. And upon this third visit, he would follow that tunnel even deeper, this time
Not too
finding
surprised,
tubes of
but what?
fetuses in them,
Nonetheless,
skulls,
yeah.
and even a fully complete
It's insane.
vertebrae, piled on top hundreds of other bones. He'd even uncover multiple large bags filled to the brim with even more skeletal remains. And what made this all the more confusing was that all these bones were from what seemed to be fully grown humans, meaning that within this abandoned building were bodies ranging from newborns to children all the way to adults.
Eh?
According to a few people across Reddit, X would make one more video in this laboratory, this time focusing his search on the upper levels of the building, revealing more bones seemingly belonging to children, as well as kids' toys and masks.
这是实验室的化学用具，这里还有不明的液体，这里还发现了小孩子的面具，小时候的回忆，一张面具，还是这里还有一个皮箱，还有一只高跟鞋。这个应该是医院拍的片子，在走廊东侧发现了一个特别的格局，这个房间格局
Oh, it looks so creepy.
啊特别危险。医院的1楼、2楼、3楼通通如一。
I personally couldn't fully verify if this location was the same or not, but it does appear similar enough to at least mention here. With that being said, we were left with 3 to 4 short videos, and so many questions, the most overarching of all being what the hell was happening in this laboratory. This question prompted numerous theories, one of the earliest being that a serial killer had been using this location to dump the many bodies
That
of his
could be.
victims.
That
This
could really be.
kind of makes sense, as up until X had visited the building, it was virtually untouched for decades, making it the perfect place to commit heinous crimes far away from the public
Yeah,
eye.
oh
But the
no.
main problem with this theory is the scale of it all. There were just too many bodies for it all to have been done by one person. Even a group of mass murderers would have a hard time amassing so many victims. And given the fact that most of these bodies seemed to belong to children, and the fact that they were disposed of in such a bizarre way, made many others begin to shift their beliefs towards other theories, with by far the most popular being that this location was being used as some sort of black market organ trade. This idea became a main focal point following the second video in particular, as many of the bodies shown had openings in their chest cavities, which revealed that they all seemed to lack
No!
organs, prompting the belief that the kids were killed for their organs,
No!
perhaps in a medical
Oh my
facility somewhere
gosh.
else, and their bodies were dumped in this location
No.
afterwards, assuming that they would never be found.
Then they
In the
have
minds
been,
of
yeah,
many,
like,
this
oh
wasn't
no,
just being done by
oh
some
no,
random
that is
group.
so
Instead,
undeserved
they
for
believed it was
those,
being
like,
carried out
people
by
or
countries and
children or
governments.
so,
China
like,
had no effective organ donation.
oh my god.
That's because culturally,
Chinese people believe the body must stay intact even after death.
The organ trade in China is quite the rabbit hole.
I
But to
ca-
make things simple,
Oh my
China
gosh.
has one of the lowest percentages of organ donors.
That place is creepy. That's a horror movie location. Yeah, but that you think about that there's the organ transplant stuff. Oh my
People even travel there from other countries to get life-saving procedures, as transplants that could take years and years in the US can be done in China in the matter of weeks, as long as the money is right. Which begs the question,
Oh my gosh.
where do these organs come from? Well, in recent years, China has been caught executing prisoners that were not sentenced to death simply in order to use their organs in this trade, all because of the staggering amount of money that can be made per procedure. And though this practice works for adults, there is one thing that these prisons don't have: children. So when a child needs a new organ, let's say one of a high-ranking official or a wealthy member of Chinese society, where do they turn? This idea has prompted the belief that China has been doing some shady things to obtain these organs,
Oh no.
like perhaps kidnapping and killing innocent children, simply to use their organs
That
to
can't
save other
be
wealthy
for
children
real.
in order to gain a massive profit. Now I have to say that this is not a fully confirmed
Yeah,
theory
yeah,
by
but-
any means,
oh
but
my-
it is a fairly common belief, even among members of China's own population. And because of this,
That would
X's
be
4
sick.
videos prompted outrage across social media, with many calling out the government for their involvement. And as soon as those fingers started to point, the case took a drastic turn. On the morning of January 15th, the Beanbag Adventure channel would disappear from the Douyin site without explanation, which honestly comes as little surprise. X
Oh
had shown his
no.
face all over these videos and was clearly not shy about exposing this
We
lab.
all know where
There were so many
organs
people
come
now
from.
blaming the
Yeah,
government.
it's no
It was
secret
only a
there's a
matter of time
black
before he
market
was
for
silenced.
organs.
In
Yeah,
fact,
true,
X
but
himself
I didn't
foresaw this
have thought
happening
now
all the way
about
back in
that
first
because
clip.
it looked like this. Oh my gosh.
Unsurprisingly, when X's account went dark, many immediately began to fear the worst, believing that he was not only silenced on social media, but silenced altogether, likely being thrown in a prison somewhere or just killed outright. Because of this, X was hailed as a hero for risking his life to show the world what was truly happening there, and most believed that this would be the last time we would ever hear from X again.
Really?
As it turns out, something much stranger would happen from here. Just a few days after its removal, the Beanbag Adventure account would re-emerge, this time with all 4 of these videos missing. And even more bizarrely, he just continued uploading videos from there, going to different locations and making that same content he once did before stumbling across that lab. Despite the massive virality of the story, not once has he ever acknowledged any of his previous findings. And if you look at his page today, you would never know that just a few months before, he had the entire nation in an uproar. The whole situation is incredibly off-putting, and who knows what happened to X during that time his account went down. But whatever it was, it clearly frightened him enough to never speak of this abandoned building.
Yeah.
For many, this behavior confirmed their suspicion that the government was somehow involved in whatever the activity was happening within this structure. While for others, this confirmed that this was all somehow staged. As if it were real, the chances of X being alive right now would seem to be rather unlikely. Plus, within all his exposés of this lab, he never actually revealed where it was, causing doubt in the minds of a select few. And if I'm being honest, I just don't believe that those bodies could have possibly been faked. Though due to the nature of cases like this in China, a true answer has never and likely will never be fully revealed, leaving us with nothing more than speculation and a mystery far darker than any
That
we've
is
ever delved
that
into.
is really creepy.
I'll be monitoring this case for the next few months to see if anything changes or is revealed, as due to the high level of censorship, information was incredibly hard to find on the story, making it likely that not everything said here was entirely true. So I will be sure to update you all if anything ever comes of this.
That is
But until then, we'll be left with far too many questions.
you
More
stop an
needed
uproar to
answers.
protect loved ones. Yeah, I think also that they intimidated him. That they want to I don't know, hurt like whether him or like beloved ones, mom, dad, wife, kid, I don't know. Yeah. Like with the how to say that? What's that called? Like damn it, why I don't know the word now, with the government is not like it's not an easy way to joke around with them. It's kind of still like a rules setter in a way, but it's frightening, like when that's really like the case with organs, like black market stuff, it would be really fucked up, because you need to think that they need also to alert those people to them, whether it's like adult and kiddo will get just kidnapped. What the fuck? It's like really creepy. I saw like I don't know if it was from China or so. I'm like really not sure, but it was like in Asia, like region, and there was a picture going around where the father was chaining his daughter or son up to a street lamp pole. Like the chain was around the feet, like around the ankle, and the other part of the chain was like by the lamp, and it looked really like, on the first view it looked really like, oh my gosh, what the fuck is going on? But they did that the kid doesn't get kidnapped, because the kid, when it would like walk around, play around, it could be so easily that someone comes, whether with a bike or so, or with a car, steps out, grabs and steps in, and exactly also because of human trafficking, and that's insane. Yeah, government wouldn't appreciate anyone exposing secrets. Yeah, like it's kind of then feeling threatened, like the government. It's like kind of threatening the system, or like like also in the background, the stuff that shouldn't be like going to daylight that fast. Now it's frightening. It's really frightening. Most of all, like it's hitting always like those that can't defend themselves, whether like old people or like kiddos, or just I don't know, like mentally ill people or so. That it's just low. It's just so low. It's like kind of also backstabbing into the back of your opponent. It's such a low move. Like yeah, okay, you can only play like this. What the fuck? Yeah, like just I hope it's still that it's some props for a movie or so. I really hope, really hope. We go to darkest moments in TV history. Let's go. Still Nick Crowley.
It was a typical day in the world of daytime
Look,
television.
it's like this.
Infomercials, soap operas, and highly scripted legal shows.
Oh, that looks. Look, it looks like
with
blood
the more
red.
popular at the time being a program called Christina's
It's not like really pink, but it's like blood pink. Yeah, I know it's not beautiful at the moment. I'm gonna make it more beautiful.
And advice to those wrapped up in legal drama. And on this particular morning, comedian Sean Harris would be featured filing suit against his ex-girlfriend in the hopes of recouping unpaid rent.
Every month it would be something different, you know.
Like what?
I ain't got this month because I got to do this or that. I'm like, man.
So you let her go 9 months without paying rent?
Now, like I said, these shows were very obviously scripted, at least to some degree, and with Sean himself being a professional comedian, it led to countless funny moments and what turned out to be one of the show's more iconic episodes, with by far the most memorable moment coming at the very end, when things seemed to deviate from the script.
Constantly like a child in my
People
own
in
house.
love, they yell at each other. Oh, that's true. Ask him he's been married for how long? Over 20
Look at him though, he look mad. You don't look happy, brother. You don't look happy.
Here, we see the comedian take aim at Christina's bailiff, a man named Renard Spivey, who was an integral part of the show, being the judge's sidekick for years and years. Though it wasn't often that he found himself at the end of a joke like this, as Sean suggests that Renard looked unhappy when it was revealed that he had been married for over 27 years.
He's very happy. Okay, alright, let's get back to the
All in all, it made for a rather charming moment, with viewers adoring the lighthearted jab aimed at one of the show's most beloved characters.
That is the disturbing?
Though no one could have known at the time just how true that joke about his happy marriage would turn out to
Oh
be.
no.
Developing tonight, a Harris County Sheriff's deputy facing serious charges. 63-year-old Renard Spivey accused of killing his wife, 52-year-old Patricia Spivey, after an argument that turned deadly. KPRC Channel 10.
What?
July 28th, 2019, over a decade after the aforementioned program aired, Renard Spivey was confronted by his wife Patricia about what she believed to be steroid use or perhaps even infidelity.
That's
In
interesting. I
this
remember the
argument,
story about the
Spivey would
bailiff.
draw his gun and shoot his wife once in the arm and then in the chest. Shortly after, police would find her lifeless body crumpled
No,
up in a
what?
closet. Now, after years and years of taking part in this once famed legal show, Spivey can be found alone in his prison cell, where he'll likely remain for the next 14 years of his life, for murdering the woman that he was so happily married to, turning what was once one of Christina's Court's most
Hey, so
iconic
fast they can
moments
turn.
into one of the darkest examples of irony in all of television history.
Damn.
When you find a good woman,
Okay.
you gotta hang on for dear life.
Okay,
Instead of
Pointy,
trying to
it's so
find
so
a
cool,
happy woman.
cool looking. I really love that. Wait.
Before we
Put
get
the
any
cl-
further, I
quickly
want to
like-
thank Scentbird for sponsoring this video and
Ah,
making this
no.
dark content financially viable for myself. Scentbird is a fragrance subscription service that allows you to select and try new
Oh,
designer
I
fragrances
was touching
every month
it.
without having to go to that dreaded perfume
God
section where
damn
the
it.
smells are already so strong that you don't ever really get the
God
full
damn it,
sense of the
Platty the-
fragrance you're
Perry the
testing. Plus,
platypus.
you don't have to deal with pushy salespeople, which is
It's
perfect
always
for
because
someone
of
like
you.
me, who honestly lacks basic communication skills. Each fragrance you receive from Scentbird comes in a 30-day supply tester, allowing you to fully
They look
experience the
good.
scent before
Thank you so
commit
much.
to buying a massive expensive bottle, and it allows you to try a wide variety of
I just
products
hope they
that
stay
are
like
always
this,
seemingly
not I'm
endless,
gonna
with
rack
all the
it up
top names
again.
like Gucci, Versace, and Prada, along with a bunch of other brands that you may have never heard of, but are equally as amazing. This month, I received a product called Royal Forest by English Laundry, which has scents of citrus and apple, along with some hints of honey and cedar, along with my personal favorite, Magnetic Wood EDP by The Harmonist, which is going to be perfect for more fancy occasions. Scentbird is now available in the US and Canada, and if you're interested in trying them out, you can use my coupon code Crowley55 for 55% off your order, making it just a little over $7 for your first month.
Guys, if you want to support.
The world of television is an interesting one. Despite the highly controlled and well-polished products that we're typically used to seeing on our screens, there have been a surprisingly high number of deeply disturbing moments that have happened when on air. And this potentially new series aims to highlight some of the most
Do I
disturbing.
ever put in clear top
better way
coats
to
to
start
help
than with
protect
a
them from
relatively
chipping?
unknown
Yeah,
case.
but
This
sometimes
month
when you
for
put like a shell protection or so on it, then it's like it's protecting it from
Saturday,
chipping,
June 14th,
but
2008,
instead of
Japanese
chipping,
TV station
it falls
called
completely
Miyazaki
off.
is running its standard live
Like then the
programming,
whole
which on this
nail
day
is
was
just
set to
like
feature a
instant
huge show-like
empty.
segment in the remote rice fields
But
of
it's not by
Takashi
everyone,
Dojo.
but the one
The
I
game
have
itself
at the
was
moment
simple.
here is like kind of a
Competitors stood
stubborn
back to
like.
back on a small wooden stand above the
But yeah,
shallow
top
muddy
coat
water
would be
below.
perfectly.
And when given the cue, they would attempt to shove their opponent into the water without turning their bodies around. In the end, the one left standing on the platform would be declared the winner.
Sometimes
with
the
loser
struggle is
being
real,
left
always.
humiliated in the mud.
Huh?
Round 1 goes off without a hitch, resulting in the losing contestant being covered head to toe in a thick brown sludge, with the whole atmosphere perfectly encapsulating the craziness and high energy charm that you would expect from a Japanese game show made
Yeah,
at the
like
time.
Takeshi's
So
Castle.
far, everything was all in good fun. With this excitement,
Takeshi's Castle was so funny. I
I
really love Takeshi's Castle.
To join in on the competition.
Oh damn, yeah, like the idea is good, Frank. Like I need to buy a new one that is better.
It took some convincing, but eventually Tetsuchi agrees to compete, much to the enjoyment of everyone spectating. And from there, the comedy writes itself, as immediately after the round starts, it's apparent that he stood little to no chance. And upon instantly losing his balance, Tetsuki reacts in a split second and dives off the platform, landing headfirst into the muddy water below, which causes his body to fall limp.
No!
The water that he had just dove into was merely 6 inches deep, with the rest consisting of a thick layer of mud, which his head would strike directly, instantly causing his neck to break. In that very moment, Tetsuchi would be irreversibly paralyzed, leaving him unable to move from the neck down.
What?
It was a tragic accident. However, the accident itself is far from the most awful part of this live broadcast, with that coming immediately after. Unaware of Tetsuchi's severe injury, the crew believed that he was merely playing a prank on them and just joking around, and so they left him there, face first in the water, and proceeded to shove his face even deeper and deeper into the mud, splashing even more on top of his head to rub in the fat that he had lost.
What the fuck? No way. I like sometimes so situation.
They had no idea that during their antics,
He's
Tetsuchi
fighting.
was in a desperate fight for survival, as in those 6 inches of water, he was slowly drowning, and completely unable to pick up his head to breathe.
Oh my
This lasts for an
gosh.
excruciatingly long 15 seconds before they begin to bob his head up and down and eventually pull Tetsuchi's face out of the water. But this reprieve was short-lived, as the contestants proceed to drop him back into the mud face first.
No! 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 Oh my gosh, I could like rage like when I see like stuff like this.
Painful to watch. It made all the more disturbing with the over-the-top hysterical laughter coming from everyone.
Bro, I'm
who
so
are completely oblivious to the
speechless.
situation in front of them. Finally, after what feels
But
like
it's also hard
minutes,
for the
Tetsuchi
people
is
itself.
hoisted above the water, and the camera switched back to the main broadcast, ending both Tetsuchi's and the viewers' pain. By some stroke of good fortune, Tetsuchi would survive the ordeal, but just barely, as it's estimated
Oh my
that
gosh.
just a few more seconds in that mud would have likely led to his death. But thankfully, this wasn't the case. And according to his Facebook page, Tetsuchi has learned to live with his body-wide paralysis, and even went on to rejoin the show years later in some capacity, ending this entry off on somewhat of a bright spot. Despite this otherwise
my
being
gosh.
one of the more unsettling and appalling broadcast accidents that I've ever seen.
Oh shit. Oh my gosh. I'm so fucking sorry for him. Like it's like it happened from a moment
On the topic of
where it was
broadcast
everything
impression
funny
on
and
my
so,
mind,
and
I would
it's
say
most
life
of the
had
time.
more of an
That is
emotional impact,
that
and
is the
it's
thing
really
I
run
said
by
to you
60
guys.
minutes.
Life is always when you have too much fun and or too much frustration. It's like always getting It's like always this patience and being calm is like the key. But how could you even predict that something like this happened? Like I'm so sorry for him that he went through this like kind of hell and everything, and I'm really like happy that he's like recovered it. And when people don't take things seriously, like it's really hard sometimes like to also realize if it's like right now serious. Most of all, we saw it last time with this pool and with this dried ice. I think it's dry ice or so, where like those two people just went into this pool and just like frozen or suffocated to death because the CO2 amount was so concentrated that it was like kind of not letting air to them going, and that they have been like literally drowning or suffocating. And other people around of them just ooh, because for them like outside it looked still like kind of party and the mood was still party, but it's so dumb. Like, guys, just be always aware of your surroundings. If you don't feel right to do something, don't do it. Just don't do it. Like, who is saying it that you need to? Oh yeah, the dry ice thing was preventable. Yeah, like that was also the same, like, kind of direction where the people around don't realize what is like really going on. Oh man, I'm so sorry for this dude.
Donald Herbert. The story starts back in 1995, just 4 days after Christmas, when a fire broke out in a home in Buffalo, New York.
Okay,
In an attempt to
I made
put out
the next layer.
Firefighter Donald Herbert was standing on the roof of the building when suddenly it gave way. As a result, Herbert would fall into the attic where he would be trapped in the smoke, unable to breathe. He would lay there without oxygen for 6 whole minutes before they finally were able to pull his body to safety, with the whole ordeal being filmed and shown on local news. Somehow, Herbert managed to survive this accident.
What?
But being without air for that long caused him to lose most of his brain function, leading to him spending the following years in a minimally conscious state, unable to eat, unable to breathe, and seemingly unable to understand the world around him. Eventually, his condition led to him being placed in a nursing home, where a feeding tube was the only thing keeping him alive. For all intents and purposes, the man was gone. But then, something happened. On April 20th, 2005, a staggering 9.5 years after his accident, Donald Herbert woke up. In the nursing home where he had spent most of the years unresponsive, he would suddenly turn to a nurse and ask for his wife, Linda, while displaying signs of being fully lucid, which prompted the staff to immediately call his family, who rushed to see him. And sure enough, despite Herbert being completely blind, he was not only fully responsive, but recognized almost all of his family members.
What?
The moments following were all captured by cameras, and later shown on an episode of 60 Minutes, with the footage being some of the hardest hitting and emotional that I've personally ever seen.
That is oh my gosh.
How long have I been gone?
Quite a while, pal. Quite a while. 10 years.
The pain
Just
of discovering
imagine
that
you
he'd
will
been
be
gone for
10 years.
All that time missed, robbed from a man who was just doing his job, is indescribably gut-wrenching. But it's what happens after this footage that proves to be the most upsetting part. For nearly 16 hours, the newly awakened man spoke with his family, catching up on every little detail that he had missed. And though from that point on he had moments going in and out of his lucidity, his long-term prognosis actually seemed hopeful. Throughout the next few weeks, Donald was surrounded by family members at all times, not only to take advantage of every single second that Herbert was awake, but also for his own safety as well, as since his awakening, he would thrash violently in his sleep, as if he still believed he was trapped in that blaze.
Oh my
So to
gosh.
ensure his safety, at least one family member would be stationed with the man while he slept.
I couldn't
However,
imagine
one
that,
night,
yeah.
One of the family
It's-
members on
it-
duty had
it's-
grown too exhausted to stay any longer, and from the first time since he became lucid, Donald Herbert was left alone. And during that night, he would again start to thrash violently, with Herbert flailing so hard that he would fall out of his bed and strike his head against the floor,
No!
causing his brain to start bleeding.
No!
From that moment on, Donald Herbert would never become lucid again, and as a result of his injuries, he would pass away 1 year later from pneumonia.
Oh no.
No one had ever thought that such a horrendous thing could happen. Obviously,
Oh no. But it's a kind of a
Twilight Zone.
miracle that
Throughout its
he
lengthy
came
run,
back.
this television series provided some
Oh,
of the
I'm so
most
sorry
entertaining
that-
and memorable moments in all of television.
Why?
But
Oh,
for this
that's
section,
terrible.
I
Yeah,
wanted
that's
to
really
get into
terrible.
a little
I
bit,
thought,
as rather
no,
than
it was a
looking at
happy
events
end,
surrounding the
but
show itself,
it
I'll be
was
highlighting
kind,
the
but
far less memorable movie
oh
version of the series.
man.
Simply named
Like then
Twilight Zone
one
the movie,
night
the
just
film was broken
taking,
up into multiple
being not
sections,
there,
as sort of
and
an
it happens, or
anthology
oh my
work with
gosh.
3 separate storylines. And for the sake of this story, only one section and really only one scene bears discussion. The scene was intended to simulate a battle in the Vietnam War, in which the protagonist, a character played by actor Vic Morrow, is attempting to outrun an attack helicopter and escape the area. The footage was intended to serve as the section's dramatic conclusion, with it being
I
described
guess
as
he
the
at
following.
least got some
In the scene
time
that
to
served
come
as the
out of
original
it.
ending,
Yeah.
Bill, the character portrayed
Yeah.
by Morrow, stumbled
To see
into a
like all the
deserted
people, how they
Vietnamese
changed
village,
after
where he
10
finds two young
years.
Vietnamese
That's
children
so...
left behind when a US
He
Army
time
helicopter
warped.
appears and begins shooting at them. Morrow
Like,
was to take both children under his
when you think, just like to visualize, you're going into work, there's a fire, you're a firefighter, you go there, while it's happening, that is, yeah, like in split seconds that it happens. Perhaps you get unconscious because of the smoke poison, and boom, it makes like kind of, whether you're dreaming in a dream world or it makes tack, and you're suddenly 10 years like in the future. This has like literally a time warp feeling. That's like literally like time warp stuff. But I'm like thinking, where's the conscious going? Like it's like shutting down or going in standby mode. It's like so interesting, this whole thing with our brain.
Helicopter destroy the village with multiple explosions. Based on that description alone, shooting the scene was going to be tricky and likely a very intense process on the set, as all the effects used were set to be done practically, meaning that they would require an actual helicopter and real pyrotechnics. Not only this, but the director, a man named John Landis, wanted to use actual child actors for the scene, which, given that it was planned to take place at night and near explosions, was technically illegal in the state of California. Despite the laws in place, Landis decided to shoot the scene regardless, enlisting 7-year-olds Mika Din Lee and 6-year-olds Renee Shin Yi Chen to play the roles of the Vietnamese children.
Oh
With all
no.
the pieces now in place, the cameras began
Oh
to
no,
roll,
I have a
and
really
was set to
bad
be the
feeling.
stunning conclusion to this particular section. As the scene starts, the spectacle of it all can't be understated, as the lighting, setting, and the pyrotechnics.
For some people in a coma, their consciousness is still aware. They just can't do anything. But that would be folter. That would be such a punishment for me, Frank. If I couldn't do something and could only be sitting there, that would be really hard. I would get crazy, like for real.
For the pilots, the explosions launched in the air
I could not even
fireballs
beatbox,
in the sky,
like,
making
it
things
would
much
be
more
so
difficult to navigate.
fucked up for me.
Those on the ground were never made aware of this, and being pressed to make things look even more and more intense, the crew decided to double down on their explosions, launching 2 massive charges back to back, a decision that proved to be a costly one, as the second blast was so strong that it dislodged the helicopter's tail prop, causing the craft to spin uncontrollably. And within mere seconds, as the cameras roll on the 3 actors trudging their way through the water, the craft crashes directly on top of them.
What? Huh?
Somehow, everyone on board the helicopter survived the wreck, though those on the ground weren't so lucky, as in one split second, the blade of the helicopter slashed into Vic Morrow and Mika Din Lee, instantly decapitating them. And as the craft slammed to the ground, Renee Shin Yi Chen would be crushed beneath its massive weight. In one frame, there were 3 living actors, and in the next, there were none. In retrospect, it's not hard to see the red flags and the dangerous practices being used by the production team. However, following several long legal battles,
hey, I'm happy that there's shitty CGI nowadays. Better than this.
An incredibly successful career. The Twilight Zone film would eventually be released years later, only with a different ending.
What the fuck?
I'll fight force with force.
Our final story takes us to the quaint countryside of Buttsfield, England, where a man named Albert Dryden had been living a fairly solitary life. Following his retirement from steelworking, Albert dedicated his life to building up a plot of land which he had purchased in the area. His main goal was to construct a bungalow for his elderly mother where she could live during the summers, while also planning to build some sort of fallout bunker on the same plot. But right from the start, he ran into issues, as his permit request to build these structures on his land was promptly denied. This did not stop Dryden, however, as despite the ruling, he began his construction anyway, believing he had found a workaround with the law, as rather than building the house in a standard manner, he instead dug a deep hole into the ground and began to construct his home there, labeling it as the home in a hole. Due to this, the home only stood about 8 feet or so off the ground, which Dryden believed made the construction legal. However, he was wrong in his assumption.
No!
The building swiftly caused a disagreement between the man and the direct
Hey,
side
really
district
smart
council,
dude.
with this rift growing more and
Like,
more
just for the
amplified
thought
as
about
time
it
went
and
on.
to
In the midst of this ordeal, a man named Harry
make it
Collinson
also
was
like
appointed
this,
as
that
chief
is
of the
sick.
council and assigned to handle the case as his first order of business. And he did so by initially sending Dryden a letter demanding that he stop construction and also tear down what he had already built. Dryden, however, decided to counter with a court appeal, which was swiftly denied, leading to the court's final order that the building be demolished within 3 months. It was around the same time that the local news began to document the ongoing feud between Dryden and the government, and despite the numerous rulings against him, Dryden still refused to give in to the government's demands, and eventually, the council decided to take matters into their own hands, and decided to demolish the structure themselves. So on June 20th, 1991, Harry Collinson, a demolition team,
But why?
a group of police constables,
What does
traveled to Dryden's property
house
to demolish
hurt
the
now?
structure. Before this group arrived,
Like-
the decision
like
was
for
made
real?
that should Dryden attempt
Like,
to escalate,
like guys, if it's his, like, place, oops, if it's his place, his land, is not he, like, allowed to build as he wants? Yeah, of course you couldn't make, like, kind of, like, stuff that would hurt people or so. That's, of course, like, traps or so, I don't know. But it's a house where he lives, or he wants to live. I don't get it sometimes. Like, sometimes, why make everything so difficult?
situation,
Instead,
able
just
to immediately
to let
back
it
off and
flow.
come up with another plan to avoid any sort of physical altercation.
Hmm?
At the scene, numerous reporters had already began gathering at the property line, including a cameraman for the BBC, who was there to document the feud in real time. And right from the start, it was clear that Dryden was not going to be going down without a fight. The gate to his property was chain-locked, with Dryden standing behind it, pointing to 2 letters that he believed proved
Unfortunately, in most cases, no. You still have to get permits to build certain things on your own property. That is so dumb. I don't know. Like, why I need allowance to build like a toilet somewhere? Hey government, can I build a toilet? Yeah, I got you. Thank you. Like, it's so strange. Like,
However, Dryden's request
we have
for more
just the
time
illusion
was
that we
quickly
own
following
something,
after
but at the
years.
end, no.
Realizing this, Dryden began to grow more and more agitated, with his tone quickly turning far more menacing.
If you don't open the gate, now we'll obviously have to take the fence down with the machine. So if you want, you can have some time to remove the fence yourself to minimize the damage. Do you want to do that? Any damage that's subsequently caused as a result of the event that's doing that will be your liability. Well, you may not be around to see the outcome of this disaster. Now, you've been warned. Can you explain what you mean by that? Well, I'm not going to explain, but if you had any sense, you would go away now and wait 5 weeks for the outcome of that. Right? That's the last word on it. You can show me the letter referring to the I can't show you the letter.
No!
I told you where the letter is.
At this point, based on their initial plan, the crew should have certainly turned back, as it was now getting to the point that Dryden was outright threatening Collinson, warning him that if he were to step on his property, that something awful
I
was
fucked
going
up
to
my
happen.
nail again.
And though this did cause Collinson to take a few steps back, he still remained steadfast in carrying out the task and remained on
God
the edge
damn
of
it.
the property line, standing his ground even when Dryden escalates the situation even further.
What the Lord don't know? Go ahead, yeah. You gotta start with this gun.
As the two stand face to face,
That's
Dryden
pretty
brandishes
much
his
it.
pistol
A kind
and
of
points it
illusion,
directly
yeah.
at Collinson.
It's a
He wanted
huge,
to ensure the man's combative behavior
like,
was being
it's
documented.
kind of the
Collinson
pattern
asks
in
the
our
cameraman
world.
to get a shot of his gun, which subsequently leads
We have
to
always
this
the
moment.
feeling we own something.
Can you get a shot at this gun?
Wait, he doesn't shoot or what happens? No, like
In an instant,
what?
with cameras rolling,
In front of
Collinson fires
camera.
a shot directly into the chest of Harry Collinson.
But then
and
it was
fires another at the crowd standing before him, leading to things devolving into a chaotic scene of running and screaming.
As more shots were fired from
What?
a pistol, the camera crew and Look North reporter Tony Belmont ran for cover.
We were standing watching what was going on, and then a shot rang out. The chief kind of fell to the ground, and I felt a shot in the arm, and I've clearly been shot here in the arm.
As the camera
Oh my
crew
gosh.
gets to a safe distance and catches their breath, it's revealed that one of the journalists for the BBC had been struck in the arm, along with one of the officers. Though in the midst of all this carnage, we see no sign of Harry Collinson.
Oh no.
As by this point,
I mean, he
it's
doesn't
like
care.
he's
He
still on
told
the
him
ground,
what
but he
would
had
happen in front of
fallen,
the. Yeah,
dead from
true.
his gunshot wound.
Oh my gosh, that was already a sign.
Can you get a shot at this gun?
Following the incident, police would engage in a standoff with Dryden, who claimed that he had set up booby traps and landmines, along with other explosives on the property, though this would turn out to be a bluff, and eventually he would be grabbed by officers and taken into custody, where he would subsequently be tried and sentenced to life in prison. And despite his actions on that day, Albert Dryden would go on to become somewhat of a national hero, growing a legitimate fan base for the way he stood up against the government.
What?
Dryden would live out his time in prison until 2017 when he suffered a massive stroke, to which he was let out on a compassionate release, with the man eventually passing away just 1 year later. Though his actions that day will forever be immortalized, it's one of
Dude.
the most notorious and darkest moments
This
in
is.
television
I
history.
didn't guess, like, when we saw this dude at the beginning, that he will be the one that does
I wanna give a
something.
big
I
thank
thought
you
now,
to
like, the
Support for
other
sponsoring this
also.
video. Make sure to check out those links below, as well as my god tier patrons.
What the
Alexander
fuck?
Duran, America's Grumpy
Okay,
Uncle,
that was also,
Suzuki
like,
42,
hella
Disney,
interesting.
Ray, Karen S., Charles Roble, Daniel Binge,
What the fuck? I would say we go for a little bit of meme. That was really, like, already hugely enjoyable. We have already 3 hours through. To be honest, it didn't felt like 3 hours. It never ever felt like this. It's like really, sometimes the time has gone by like like it's running away from us. I don't know why like perhaps see, why is it so dark? Like I think as soon the light is hitting, like, yeah, look, it's so smeared up. But I really like the color. This, yeah, like it looks more Bordeaux red, like by you. Well, it's been 3 hours. It was just 1 minute ago. Yeah, like I wouldn't say it would be like 3 hours. I would say like it felt like 1 hour, even 1.5. But it didn't felt like 2 hours, not even 3. Sick, very sick. Yeah, then I would say let's go into the nice meme world. Me review. Perhaps we have an unusual meme. I don't know if you heard that. Me review. Unusual memes compilation 3 days ago. We have also Try Not to Laugh. Okay, good. I think we have good ones. Okay. I would only say 2, cause I remember seeing it when it was 1 hour. Oh, okay, yeah, like I didn't look on the time, only like now, or yeah, okay, at the time itself. Oh we have 9. Yeah, I think it's good when we go slowly for the end. Holy shit. I'm just so happy that I can enjoy the time with you guys. Like, it's just like I said at the beginning, it's a huge blessing to be online for you all, and that you're most of all also enjoying it. Just big smooches. Like for those people that are always here and try like spend like or want to spend a nice time, you're always welcomed. Like, for real, just let's go. We go into the meme. You have only 5 health. Try not to laugh.
Hey, bro, I need a napkin.
No shot.
And you know what? Now you're gonna pay, baby.
I don't know who it is.
It's definitely a blessing having you here. Much love for you.
Oh my god!
What? The song. Now this is getting interesting. Why did he keep singing?
No one knows where it
Erica.
Literally.
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 Ya Allah.
Literally.
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 Literally. Like, those words. What? That is so mean. That is so mean. You're a monster.
What's all that movement back there? What's all that movement back there? Whole lot of clapping.
We really don't give a fuck. It's not a major holiday.
It's really not, bitch. You act like it's fucking Christmas or something. Fuck you and St. Patrick's.
No. Craziest jersey swap of all time.
Rookies Anthony Black and Grady Dick. One from Arkansas, the other from Kansas. Exchanging jerseys.
That is.
The shape goes into a shape press and presses the shape into a pressed shape.
Not even fucking close. What a disaster. And now she's having a panic attack. I think she's throwing up gang signs.
It's definitely a blessing having you. Oh, dude. I was reading the same.
Maybe some letters.
Ah, Codler Ball receiving his next mission. Keep seeing that jersey swap everywhere. Really? That was the first time that I saw that. Oh, what?
I bet I could take those kids.
I don't remember asking you.
It has something like a radar. Always those jokes, oh god. Was that Han?
We're here with Grandpa David. He's about to show us the silverware trick.
Ready?
Yep.
Would you like to show that they're in here? Good. Ready?
Yep.
1, 2, 3. No, that was him.
Sorry, we're sorry.
Don't do that, guys. Don't. It's like throwing. It's throwing a knife around. It's or like a fork, and it's metal. It could be kids in the restaurant. What? Where is the uncle come from? Uncle Joe, what is going on? But yeah, guys, make jokes, but not harmful jokes.
I'm not a big fan of the government. I'm not a big fan of the government. I'm not a big fan of the government. I'm not a
What the fuck? I think she lost something. Me, when bro says one more game, it's 5 and we ain't won a single game. The fuck are bro studying for?
괜찮아요. 괜찮아. 괜찮아.
What? That is the biggest fever dream I had right now. Oh my gosh. Smart.
It's you, Charlie.
What the fuck? Are you serious? Her, me? Could it be too hot? Ah!
I meant to use the physics tool. Okay, no, there's no control Zing that. We're just gonna run now. Oh, that's not so bad.
Alright. Some onions, man. Yeah, man, we're really running low on the onions. Alright, cool. Yeah, just bring in whatever, man. Just bring in whatever.
surprise, motherfucker.
Whoa, you! Holy dodgeball pro. Can she escape? What? Why she did that even? Ooh.
Welcome home, honey. I'm about ready.
Help!
Question.
What's that?
Do I look fat in
Help!
this dress?
Promise not to get mad no matter what I say.
I promise.
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 That joke incoming.
No! I don't even know why I hired you. I can play this game however I
The music. The music is from PlayStation. Oh no, what the fuck? What?
Now I have finally achieved nirvana. I will ascend to the heavens themselves.
Hey, everything is possible. What? Where's the dude going?
Lemonade. Anything else? I'd take another 3-finger combo. Okay. And a drink for that one?
What will you have after 500 years?
Candace.
Who's Candace?
Candace sucks. Exactly my humor. Do I have something to say? Candace. Candace? Candace sticks. It's so purely blunt, but it's so good. I really love that. It's just so stupid that it's good again. Let's go. No. Love the joke, but I never used the name Candace. It's like also. How is Rhyhorn's evolution called? Right on this dick. Like, it's so dumb. Like even with Pokemon you can do it. Like it's so dumb. It's so dumb, eh? Oh jeez. Like you never know when the next joke is like coming like this. Oh god.
That ride was a bit timid. At least it's time now to get off. I'll give a little jolt there. Okay, let's go. Ah!
What? It works though. It works though. That it's like, oh no. It's like not even far-fetched. But it would be sick.
5 minutes, I gotta go take a shit.
What? Ah! La Plaini Gavancini. I want also like a nice foot massage. The boyfriend. Jump, jump, jump! Whoa, sick! You got covered on that. Twerk, twerk, twerk. Like a grasshopper.
¿Qué hiciste con el dinero que tenía en la mesa? Ay, hijo de su madre, ¿qué hiciste?
Love ya. Look at the top of it. Spin 10 times. Go.
1, 2, 3, 4.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
What did he do? Oh. You hear like no, that's not how you do it. He kept taking it up a level. Sick! That's sick. It was like perfectly holding until the end. He wasn't paying attention and grabbed his drink instead of the sauce. Ah! Oh no, I was already like, hey, what did he do? Hey, I would be the same. I would be the same. Holy moly. The delivery dude had a rough. This is something that we also like share together, like the US with Swiss. It's the hiking. Oh, oh, ooh! Like here you can hike so good around. Oh, that is cute from the doggo. Wait a minute, is that not for the toilet? I can't. No. What? Don't do that, guys. Yeah, okay, you can help, yeah, of course, out. Oh, it looks so strange right now. That is so mean. But with the t-shirt and the pants, it had really something. What? What does he say? Sadly, my Spanish is genius. Oh. It's hard.
Dad. Dad, do you want to go to Goodwill? You ready? Alright.
Never shoot under the rain. No. Cowboy. That is mean.
I got a big bluegill. I got a big bluegill. This is so fun. We turned McDonald's products into a fake casting fishing rod and reel. And look.
No shot. No shot. Oh, the dude had this. When a suit is like this, like getting dirty, I feel always terrible because it's, yeah, something so, like, aesthetically also. No. I think it's his turn.
For our quinceañera, and we have an ice. And look at this. It's floating. Have you ever seen something so crazy?
So I can't fuck with your
What? There's no way.
It's floating. Have you ever seen something so crazy?
What? Wait.
Have you ever seen something so crazy? It's floating. Have you ever
There's nothing attached to it.
It's floating.
But it's from the side.
Ice. And look at this. It's floating. Have you ever seen something so crazy?
Is that real? Is that real? Wait a minute. Is that real? It looks not real, but it looks also not. Hmm? Sick! I don't know what that's about. I prefer regularized law. It's like with helium made. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Ah, the good old sports. Wait a minute, what? What? Hmm? Horse is watching you. Big brother is watching you. Kick flipping cat. Yeah, that was really sick.
What are you doing? Bean! What are you doing? Oh my god! You can't do this! Beans!
Cats are so unpredictable sometimes. Hey, that's sick. Hey, like that is sick. Like a whole trunk of tree. Is that called trunk? Oh, I'm not sure.
Oh my.
What? When you spend all stat points on agility. Holy shit! That was really huge agility, like.
Smash.
What? Hmm? She forgot her filter, yeah. Call my husband on our ring doorbells trying to hop our fence. Kollegas Plagen? Ah, it's... I think it's Danish or Dusk. Hey, guys, I'm like the same. Like I had that so many I had that so many times that the train was literally in front of me going away, and I was also like, I can't believe it. Like not extremely like this, like how we did, but I was also like, oh, come on. Fuck yes. He's not like annoying the others. Yeah, okay. Now, when I hear a car or like a motorcycle that is loud, I'm not at all annoyed. But it depends when it is and how much. He's a hero in my eyes. He rescued the fish. Free for all fishies. No. Where's the rig coming from? What? What just happened? It's the new beer kitty. Limited edition. It brings the 6-pack directly to your lab. No shot. I got the end of the line. I think that's check. Like. What the I think he's surely cheating on me. I could have used Beer Kitty 10 years ago. I feel that. What? But it's good transportation. Could still hold the bags. LOL. Whoa! Sick! He has just a piggy with him.
She don't fit.
Put the fucking front light and shit.
You right.
Wait a minute. No! No! Murphy's Law. Everything that can go wrong will go wrong.
Well, I never thought I'd see that happen.
Should I make also pink lashes? What? 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 Huh? We just witnessed an anime situation. Junge, ich stehe hier 10 minutes.
Digga.
It's dude, I stand here 10 minutes. Since 10 minutes.
Junge, ich hab 20 Euro ab, Alter.
He wanted to give 20. Like he wanted to withdraw 20 bucks. You could put but use regular lashes, not the ultra large, yeah. What is with Auntie? I feel that. I feel that so much. How is that even possible? Yeah. Bro really broke my fan and said, now you have a rotating fan. You need always to see the good things in life. That hurt actually really much. Whoa. No! No shot, that's so much food. Baking fail, absolutely baking fail. We go for the last one. That was so far really good videos, like a lot that we didn't saw so far.
I just, started
Oh no, no. I feel so sorry for her. I feel every time when I hear. I feel that.
Gender equality until it's time to shovel the snow. Shut up.
But that makes no pledge. Sick. That was good calculated. Sacramento has the worst drive.
They just tried to do it illegal. This is
What the fuck? Why? Oh no.
My girlfriend thinking I came to the family vacation for her.
Me and her dad. That is like also a kind of new Was that for real? No, that was not real.
no. 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 No.
Hey, you need to stop how you're driving past our house.
Oh yeah? You need to start taking some self-defense classes.
All right.
And quickly.
He knew who he was talking to when he heard that. What?
So bad, I want to give you a 0, but that's not possible. So I give you a 1.
You live in a cold state. That is by me even in summer. Like you think, oh, it's beautiful weather, you go outside and slide instantly to the North Pole. Like, how did I got here again, or again?
How to name your Asian baby? Ding dong ding dong.
No. No. Hey, like sometimes the jokes, like, sometimes they're getting out of hand. Hey. Hey, he's working on her sleep.
Everyone wonders what this is. Look at that, folks. Everyone's always wondered that.
What is it? Hey? Oh, what? No, it took out the trash. Yo, the dribbling? A great Dane making beats with this hacking tape. Huh? No shot. That's cool. Oh. Help me, what is this birthday card? Calm down, kitty. More passion, more energy, more footwork. Ah, this is to have the team spirit, like, always activated. Dunk, the best dunk I've seen in person. Doom. Yo! No shot. No shot, they made it look like that they're... No! Sick! I really love bowling. Bowling is so cool because you can just hang out with your friends. Tyler. In high-pitched voice. I can't. True love.
El abrazo de Manuel y Gustavo es el abrazo más sincero que van a ver.
Hi, going crazy, yeah. Like, I was on a... What, excuse me? I was on a concert from Tyler in Zurich. That was pretty awesome. Like, really awesome. Like, the dynamic of this dude. Like, he's like... hyping on the stage. It's so cool. Tree fall! That was smooth. Bro started crying. Wait quickly. Okay. I was already like worried. Toggle! I want to also be a part of it. Kleine frustraties? Like small frustrations? Sick! You dropped your phone while cycling.
My phone. What country is that? Hold on. My phone. Hey! I just saw my pattern. Is in Moldova.
Giving my dad a warhead candy with no context.
I don't know, it looks kind of fakey.
Okay, I don't know why I did that.
Okay, let's go.
That was crazy. No. Oh, he was enjoying it. How you start sitting when you live in Vietnam? There's two types of people at raves. I used to have a cat that looked like that. Really? That's cute. That's really cute. I can't. Sometimes the small ones.
My mom thought she got tickets for the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Never been to a rave, really? Like I have been on some Goas and also like techno raves. That have been really cool. But like a lot of like people that have been so wasted.
Fuck you.
Just like she was in the front there. The duck cat. The duck cat.
Jason,
Why?
what are you doing? What are you doing? Is this the condiment cow?
One of those things you might see in Wisconsin.
Maybe.
Milky. What? There's even challenges for that by the robot battle? That is so cool. Do the walrus. Or. Bro, wheel is not wheeling. It's a glitch. Ah, yeah, that is also something. I don't know, perhaps they made that bicycle. This is surely like kind of like a art.
You need a job.
No, I don't want a job.
Well, I know.
It's so much work.
If you buy like natural peanut butter where the oil's mixed up, just put one in. It's so much easier to mix it.
Girl.
Be done and record it as a
That was a little bit bad. Like, is that a common thing of the folding phones? Why is he having stones? Believe me, outside of the streams I'm also looking like this, but at the morning I'm like also like chill mode Luna, hang out Luna. Yeah, okay, I'm always hang out Luna, but I'm like the solution to any problem. The problem. Oh no. Probably threatening people for hands. What is he doing? He's the chosen one. The best idea was ever to get the dog. Yeah, that's true. Like a pet in general. What? Ah, yeah. This is all what she did. She ate it with the fingers, but then, like when he looked, she made like with the sticks that it looked like she was eating with the sticks. Oh no. No. Oh no, it felt so much.
On today's edition of I Can't Believe how this car actually started and made it into the shop with the melted battery. Apparently his hip hop was touching the positive terminal.
Behold, the egg flip progression 3.
What the fuck? Like, if that's really the case.
Ooh, that's pretty. Move on to the dozen. Beautiful. 24 up. Watch these yolks just smash. Finish it with 36 eggs flipping.
I told you not to step out of the shower naked in front of my cat. Turn this off? No. You're going to your own home.
The fuck did we just watch?
Look at him. Look at him. He is traumatized.
Look, this is like Kinder Chocolate. Aww. Who does something mean like this? Wow, 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 wow. Pac-Man. Pac-Man. It sounds like the Pac-Man, or like when he's like about to eat the ghost.
31:38. Jesse, okay?
Wie haben wir zurückgekommen Rio X?
You guys ever... Sorry, my cat.
To who it waits? Or for who? Oh no. What the fuck? She's trying to like demand that it's opening. Oh no. Oh no, she doesn't want. Ah, she did.
Bien, bien, sí, 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 sí. Muta, muta, muta. Salto, salto, salte uno, en cono. Otra,
No.
Otra, otra.
Huh? What was the last clip? What was the last clip? Doesn't matter. Guys, I'm quickly gonna grab myself a cigarette. I don't have cigarettes anymore. And then I smoke one cigarette and call it then a night, guys. That was it with the Spooky Monday. I really enjoyed it. After this stream, I'm gonna put every last video plus the last Spooky Monday on my YouTube channel online. I'm so sorry for the delay of the videos. It was like kind of with birthday and not feeling good, and everything was kind of stocking up. But I uploaded it before, yeah, like the stream, and yeah, I think they're surely like, yeah, completely like uploaded or so. another good spooky Monday. Yeah, I can also say I really enjoyed it. I hope you guys also. Was a lot of really interesting stuff again. Put the music here on quickly grab a cigarette. See you in a bit. Go. So, shouldn't take too long. I've sadly not a package anymore. I need to take or ask my mom for it. So I'm like really ready for sleeping. Like I ate also like before. Then I don't need to do something like big. Then I go instantly into bed. But I'm also like then already soon like awake again. Also for the Shadow of the Colossus stream tomorrow. Oh, I'm really looking forward to that. Like now it's also like dried. I think I can already peel everything what was smeared over, and already peel it off nicely. Hell yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, I'm like the Shadow of Colossus. I was like really enjoying lately so much, and now that we even did the speed challenges, it's now just really purely enjoying. I'm not sure how many we did even. It could be that we did now 6 in total, and now we need to do 10. Did we do the lizard? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Yeah, we will see. Also, if we go for another round, then this one will be also like a short one. Like surely like 2 streams or when then like one big stream. Then we do play like how it would be looking on PlayStation 2 and in easy mode. And easy mode, I think then it will be also like rushing through without problem. Oop. How are you, Frank? I don't know if you're already tired or so. Could also be that you're also like ready already. I'm good, not tired yet. Really? Like by you it's yeah, now around 5. Oh, I have also like already 10. I calculate always with 5 till 8 hours sleep. That means like I'm gonna be like 15 earliest or 18. Like wake up or 3 p.m. and or 5 p.m. No, 6. I can't calculate anymore. That we made the Snorlax today. Made like a lot of money gain by the money grind. I'm really happy about it. Like today we made a good jump. I'm really looking forward. Like if we have the perfect Snorlax, we're gonna wreck. We're gonna wreck really good. Yeah, I'll be up for a while, so I'm just going to get some stuff done early. Ah, fuck yes. Yeah, like I did yesterday also with the aluminium cans. Like, when you're like still awake or so, then it's sometimes like really good. But I think I'm gonna go today earlier. Because like to feel so nauseous at the wake up felt really bad. I hope it was just the eating. Because now I feel also like stomach no problem. It looks already much better. And I want really to be more present in the late night. I think also like after the Shadow of the Colossus stuff, there's like more focus now on the late night. But I keep also the times in, except Monday, the spooky Monday, and also yeah, here and there multiplayer Wednesday, when we have multiplayer Wednesday. You haven't been nervous about anything lately, have you? Or worried at all, I hope? Yeah, just a little bit money, but it's not like worse, like, but like other stuff, nah, like nothing bothered me. Like in private right now, it's pretty like kind of quiet, like no drama, nothing. What I had like half a year ago, I had like a lot of drama in life, unnecessary drama, but now it's like much calmer, and yeah, like it's only the money problem, like right now. Like I feel like in general also healthy, except yeah, like yesterday with the stomach problem. I'm totally loving it here. It's just like really so unexpected that it went to this, and I'm just so happy to always over and over spend some time with you guys. Just much love. I just know stress messes with the stomach sometimes. Yeah, by me also, like when I get under stress, I don't eat. Like by me then the eating is like a little bit suffering. There I'm just like drinking them more. I mean like energy drinks or stuff like that. But I think it could be really the French fries, and some perhaps like in the middle of the night I was like sweating then a lot. Like it was kind of dehydration and still like full belly. I don't know. But luckily, like when I was waking up, I was getting into like position that I was feeling that nauseous. Luckily I had also water in the near, then I was drinking already, trying to get just like, yeah, like a little bit hydrated. And then it was like going away after 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I would say. And yeah, so far it didn't came back. I had just only a little bit stomach pain, just yeah, like at the beginning of the day or after it. Oh, the nails need to look good. Tomorrow you're gonna see it then all nicely. To foreshadow of the Colossus. But guys, that was really awesome. Just big kisses. Thank you so much for being here, for chatting with me, lurking, enjoying. I really hope you enjoyed it. Like much love. I think I call it now. It's so late. Yeah, it's hitting right now 10. Thank you to everyone, just for like all the people that have been here active tonight. Just big smooches, and yeah, I wish everyone a good night, sleep well, sweet dreams. When wait, firstly also like the people on YouTube. How could I? How dare you, Luna? Now like the people on YouTube, big kisses if you watched it also until now. I really appreciate it. Just much love, and yeah, like I said or started already, thank you so much, and I wish everyone a good night. Sleep well, sweet dreams when you get there, or if you have day at the moment, I wish you a great day, of course. Stay healthy, take care of yourselves, and we definitely gonna see each other tomorrow again. I'm daily online here on my Twitch channel. Like always between 8 and 10 PM is the starting time here, and then I'm streaming until midnight, around midnight, and +1 UTC is the time zone, just in case that you want, yeah, to know the exact time. Big kisses, and yeah, see you all tomorrow. Much love. Of course, it's always a good time. Thanks for being here. Thanks a lot to you too, Frank. Thanks a lot for spending time with me and chatting also so much, and having the nice conversations. I really love that, to talk here and there like on some certain topics, like also like here in the spooky stuff. Just much love, much love, and sleep also well. Sweet dreams when you get there. See you surely tomorrow, Frank, and have also like a wonderful time doing your stuff. Hopefully like you can finish that pretty fast. Thanks for the stream. Sleep well and sweet dreams, and have a great day, Luna. Much love and positivity to you, and see you soon. See you tomorrow. Big kisses, Frank, and yeah, much love also for the positivity. I think it's like on both sides. Thank you. Okay guys, see you all tomorrow. See you all in the next stream. Bye. Oh, the Shadow of the Colossus. Let's go. Shadow. Thank you so much, guys. Much love for y'all. Bye. Like, it's also like the light was like already looking so bad. Like, as soon it gets morning. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bye.